Good morning from me. Welcome to my channel. Thank you all my subscribers, likes and watchers. Waking up in Melbourne, Australia. We're gonna have a bit of a day of Erin Patterson. There's a few updates, and also for people that are interested in this case and missed it, I'm gonna play the whole thing for you. It's so shocking that he shot this state of Victoria, where I am, a couple of hours ago from where it happened. Having my morning coffee. I was so happy to make a cuppa. But so we have the news of this CPP, which is the, parole public, parole in Victoria, wants to appeal her sentence and make it life or something. Didn't go right with them because she got convicted, and 33 years she can get parole. She's gonna be old, but that's not the point. She's also appealing her sentence. Now someone's writing a book about it, so imagine that. The first news is about the appealing, so I'll play for you the appeal. The whole case is crazy, like inviting someone to lunch and then poison them and ending their lives. So Erin Patterson is trying to appeal, Oh, hello Salubrious. How are you, sweetheart? Good to see you. Look at me. I thought of you when I bought this. Isn't that funny? Since you're always writing beautiful music. Salubrious is an astronaut sitting, hey Thomas, sitting on top of the world, bloody chilling in Melbourne, Australia. Hey Thomas. I had a bit of a walk yesterday, so I'm relaxing, but yeah, I was going to play a few things from Erin Patterson, the mushroom. Unaliving case where people lost their lives, but I loved it. It's so chill. I had to get it. I think it was only like $5. But yeah, I'll play the news for you guys. It's incredible. This case still going, you know what I mean? It's never ending to the BS. But there's an appeal from the DPP, which is the Department of Public Parole, We probably get commercials, but yeah, it's just crazy. He wants to commercialize me. See what I mean? But it's good to see you guys. There's also a book being written, of course. Someone's going to write a book about it. And yeah, the guy went live. So here we go. It's good news in a way.
Paul Dowsley reporting. Mushroom murderer Erin Patterson faces life in prison without parole if an appeal against her imposed sentence is successful. Chief Crime Reporter Cassie Zervos joins me now in the studio. Cassie, thanks for being here. State prosecutors have just revealed the grounds for their appeal.
They have, Karina, and as we know, this case captured headlines around the world. Last month, Erin Patterson was sentenced to a minimum of 33 years behind bars. Justice Christopher Beale, in handing down his sentence, had to take into account the fact that it was likely she was going to be locked up in solitary confinement for years to come. And he also took into account the harsh prison conditions as well. But the DPP said in that statement that they found this sentence inadequate given how callous her crime was and that she showed no remorse. So earlier this week they lodged an appeal, and today we saw at the Supreme Court they've released the grounds for those appeals. There's two main reasons. The first is that there's no real evidence to suggest Patterson will be locked up for or in solitary confinement for years to come. And the second main reason that they believe is that the sentence is inadequate, given, again, how evil and callous her crimes was. So this could really go two ways. She could either, if the DPP is successful, her minimum of 33 years behind bars could be increased, or the other option is she's sentenced to life behind bars with a no parole period, which means she could die behind bars. And if that's the case, actually make Victorian history, because we've never had a female prisoner locked up with a no non-parole period. So in handing down his sentence, Justice Christopher Beale said this last month. Take a listen.
The harsh prison conditions that you have experienced already and the likely prospect of solitary confinement for the foreseeable future are important and weighty considerations which should count for something in the sentencing exercise. In my view, the only scope for making them count is by the fixing of a non-parole period.
So that was Justice Christopher Beale there. You've spoken to legal experts today. Do they think the DPP has a chance?
They do, and they said it last week as well. They said the reason why they could be successful is because of the grounds, those two main reasons as we discussed just before, and because we're talking about 3 counts of murder and 1 count of attempted murder. And to give our viewers a bit of an example this afternoon, there was a case in 2017, Boris Rostevsky. He was sentenced to 9 years behind bars at the time, and the DPP actually appealed that because of they simply just didn't think it was adequate, and they were successful. The DPP was successful in that case. So Boris Rostevsky's sentence was actually increased to a minimum of 13 years behind bars, and that was for manslaughter. So we have seen it before. Talking to the Supreme Court today, they actually said it's not that unusual, but it just depends what grounds the DPP is going for. So there is a high chance that the DPP, in this case, in Erin Patterson's case, could be successful.
Now, this isn't the only legal challenge. Erin Patterson is mounting an appeal of her own.
She is, and she confirmed that last week through her legal team. She was in court for a very brief hearing. It only went for about 3 minutes. I was inside that courtroom last week. She appeared via video link to confirm that she plans to appeal her conviction, but that was supposed to be lodged on Monday as well, but she went for an extended period of time and that was successful. So it means that her grounds now, she has about until early November to do so. So how this plays out this year, we're now in October, she has until November. It's very unlikely there will be an outcome this side of the year. So this case will go into another year, being 2026 next year.
There's just so much interest still left in it. Cassie Zervos, thanks so much for being here.
Yeah, so, and on top of that, this guy is writing a book, so we get commercials. How you going, guys? It's unbelievable. This is never ending with Erin Patterson and the mushroom case. But I'm sure we're going to see more and more about it, eh?
Well, it is the Australian crime that made headlines around the world. And now mushroom killer Erin Patterson is looking to appeal her murder convictions after she killed 3 people with a poisonous beef Wellington.
So that fatal 2023 lunch sparked an extensive 11-week trial and is now the focus of a new book, The Mushroom Murders. Author Greg Hadrick joins us now in the studio. Greg, good to see you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
On the book as well. So many twists and turns in this story, in this case. At what stage did you realise you wanted to write a book?
I believe it was the stage when, just before the trial, and I realised that in fact there was no certainty at all that she would be convicted. Mm-hmm. And so you want to have something to say beyond just an account of the case.
Yeah, of course.
And for me, it was about how the battle for the mind of that jury and how they could be convinced against what their heart felt, that guilt was the only reasonable explanation for the whole of the evidence. And to do that, it meant that I just had to focus on the trial alone and
Me too.
bring that as the main narrative to the book.
And so you weren't in the actual courtroom for the trial, which is an interesting place to be when you're writing a book about it. But how did that influence your writing?
It meant that I just focused purely on the evidence that was presented to the jury, which is where the focus of the book is. So although I wasn't there, I didn't miss a word of the entire trial, and I have the whole 3,500 pages of transcript. But it wasn't for me about the environment or the social impact. It was about how the battle to actually convict her and how you could slowly build a case which would, convince a juror, and in my sense, I don't know any of the real jurors, that'd be, not a good thing. But I created a fictional juror and listened to all the evidence that they heard in order to understand how that battle was won.
Ultimately, the jury did not believe Erin's story, right? What was the most surprising part of the actual trial itself for you?
In many ways, the most surprising part was when Erin presented the appointment that she had at the Enrich Clinic, saying that she had booked in for gastric bypass surgery, which had to do with her reason for actually inviting people to the lunch in the first place. And that came out of the blue. That was a surprise to the prosecution. So in terms of bits of evidence where you went, wow, that was a big moment.
Yeah, it was a bit of an undoing, wasn't it? Now, you've said that this story is bigger than people realise. Why do you say that?
I think there is more detail. So in a lot of the accounts of the case that came out, every day, etc., there was a lot of headline in terms of the main evidence that had been presented that day. There's a lot of context to the detail, and you have to put that in the proper timeline to understand, even with just what was presented at court, which doesn't go into a whole lot of things, even just presenting that in the proper timeline just brings the whole size of the case out.
So we've got the book. I'm thinking TV, like teleseries, movies.
You are a screenwriter.
Something in the works?
Well, look, you try and actually compartmentalise. The book has to be the best book you can make it first. And if people, any of the end users, any of the buyers want to make a screen version of that, then I'd be more than happy to help them.
Okay.
I think it can be done. In the Venn diagram of authorship and screen versions, there's a lot of crossover.
There is.
And it all has to come back to a compelling narrative. Even if the screen version will tell that more visually and the book version will tell that more internally, the core 3-act structure of the story you're telling and your access point is the same.
Stay tuned.
Yeah, thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Greg.
It's so funny when nobody said he likes mushroom risotto. Now I'm going to have to make mushroom risotto. Yeah, I know. Isn't it terrible? That's why I do live, so we can all catch up. While I play stuff, you can guys chat a little bit. I can't write because I'm on my phone, so I can never write on the chat, But I'm going to play the police interview. Well, we have the interview, so it's crazy. Nobody
Hungry Jack's new Kansas City.
Hungry Jack's, bloody hell. Nobody read the book by Dr. Joe Dispenza, Becoming Supernatural. Oh, I never heard of it. I'm gonna write it down. Joe Dispenza, Becoming Supernatural. Wow. I read a lot, so I love that. Thanks, nobody. I'm always looking for new books. I'm finishing one at the moment.
This is the first time we, the public, are able to hear what only those who were in the courtroom previously had heard.
I love
and that's
that.
Erin Patterson in her own voice. This is a police record of interview that was done shortly after she was taken in for questioning. And it's been released as part of a trove of documents and recordings made by the Supreme Court today after her murder conviction last.
Wow. I miss you guys. He talks with such a deep voice. Here we go. It's the only only time we're here at all.
This is a DVD recorded interview between Detective Lead and Senior Constable Stephen Eppingstall and Erin Patterson of 84 Gibson Street, Leongatha, conducted at the Wonthaggi Police Station on Saturday the 5th of August 2023. Other person present is my corroborator.
Detective Senior Constable David Martin LK 40053.
Right. Erin, do you agree the time is now 4:41 p.m. by my watch?
Yeah.
All right. Could you please state your full name and address for me?
Erin Patterson, 84 Gibson Street, Leongatha.
All right. Erin, I intend to interview you today in relation to the death of two people, being Gail Patterson and Heather Wilkinson. Before continuing, I must inform you that you do not have to say or do anything, but anything you say or do is being recorded and may be used in evidence in court.
Okay.
Do you understand that information?
Yeah.
All right. I must also inform you of the following rights. You may communicate with or attempt to communicate with a friend or relative to tell that person of your whereabouts.
Okay.
You may communicate with or attempt to communicate with a legal practitioner. If you're not an Australian citizen or permanent resident here in Australia, you may communicate with or attempt to communicate with the consular office of the country of which you are a citizen.
Okay.
Do you understand all of these rights?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you wish to exercise any of these rights before the interview proceeds?
No, sorry. No, I don't.
That's all right. Now, I'll just confirm with you that you've had an opportunity to speak to a solicitor before this interview commenced. Okay, and you're happy with that?
Yeah.
All right. Now, I'll also remind you that your rights are with you for the entire time you're with us. Okay, so if you decide later on you want to exercise any of those rights, you just let me know and we'll do that. All right. Now, what is your age and date of birth?
48, 30th of the 9th, 74.
Are you an Australian citizen?
Yeah.
Are you a permanent resident here in Australia?
I was born here and I live here and I'm a resident of Australia. Is that what that would be?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
And are you of Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander descent?
No.
Okay.
She's annoyed.
Right. Now, as we discussed earlier, and we've been together for a few hours now, it was after 11:30 that we came to your house today. We want to discuss the deaths of Heather Wilkinson and Gail Patterson today with you. When we were at the house earlier, we discussed that you hadn't really been kept in the loop, and it come as news to you that Heather and Gail had both passed away. Following eating at your house, Donald, Ian, Gail and Heather all become so ill that they ultimately ended up in the intensive care unit at both the Dandenong Hospital and then moved to the Austin Hospital. All right. Following that, they had a deterioration in their condition, and that they become so ill that their livers have failed. Donald underwent transplant last night. Okay, and his condition is still extremely critical as of last report. Heather and Gail passed away. In relation to Ian, I don't have a current prognosis in relation to where he's at. As of late yesterday, the diagnosis isn't great for him either. We're trying to understand what has made them so ill. You understand?
Yeah.
While we're asking these questions. Conversely, we're trying to understand why you're not that ill. So you understand why we're interviewing you today?
Yeah, I do. But I'm sure you understand too that I've never been in a situation like this before, and I've been very, very helpful with the health department through the week because I wanted to help that side of things as much as possible, because I do want to know what happened.
So I've given them as much information as they've asked for and offered up all the food and all the information about where the food came from.
No, I fully understand.
Yeah.
All right. At the house, and I must say, for the record again, you were very helpful at the house, and you did point out a couple of things for us that will help us with our investigation. Mainly the fruit platter that you said Heather bought for you, and the gravy in the fridge in the pantry that you said was from the night, and you kept on an advice from the health department. So thank you for that. You also pointed out a recipe book on the counter, and you referred me to page 250 odd, a recipe for beef Wellington that you indicated was the recipe that you cooked. Okay. All right. On what we saw at your address in Leongatha, we didn't see a lot of food from Asian grocers or Indian grocers or those kind of stores.
To look in my fridge, I've got a lot of Asian cooking stuff in my fridge.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Are we likely to find more of that kind of stuff in your Mount Waverley address, do you think, or?
No, because I did a big clean out of the pantry and fridge the last time that I was there, because I want to sell that place.
Okay. All right.
So the pantry and fridge there will be empty.
Okay. So you want to sell that place? All right. No problem. Obviously, we've got concerns in relation to these mushrooms and where they've come from. Okay. Is that something you've done in the past, foraging for the mushrooms or anything like that? Never? Never. Right. Do you preserve foods or anything like that? No. Do you ever dehydrated food or anything like that? Okay.
Sorry again, please.
You've described to me relationship with your ex-partner Simon. I'd like to understand why you had his parents and his uncle and auntie over for lunch on the 29th of July.
Because I've got no other family, so they're the only support I've got.
Okay.
And they've always been really good to me.
Yeah.
And I want to maintain those relationships with him, in spite of what's happened with Simon.
Yeah. Okay.
I love them a lot. They've always been really good to me. And they always said to me that they would support me with love and emotional support, even though Simon and I were separated, and I really appreciated that.
Yeah.
Because my parents are both gone.
Yeah.
My grandparents are all gone. They're the only family that I've got.
Yeah.
And they're the only grandparents that my children have. And I want them to stay in my kids' life.
Yeah.
And that's really important to me. And I think Simon hated that I still had a relationship with his parents. But I love them.
Sorry, way to show it, right? I'm here knitting while the commercials go. If your own parents passed away and then that's the only family you got, you're gonna call them for lunch and cook poison food. She never said why, you know. That's why the judge said why she did it. They don't know the reason. She only knows the reason. She went, there was a scientist that was around where she lived, and the scientist put a Facebook post saying to be careful because the mushrooms were poisonous around that area. And so what she did, went and got them. This is the interview. I mean, a lot of people didn't see it, so I thought I'll put all the updates and the actual case, which we all follow, you know. But a lot of people don't know about this, even though
they're good, decent people that have never done anything wrong by me ever.
So we've been told that on the 31st of July, so 2 days after the lunch, you went to the Leongatha Hospital, okay? And that you were only there for about 5 minutes and then you left.
I wish
Can you
Eric
explain
was here, right?
why you went there for 5 minutes?
Yeah, because I just went there thinking I needed a couple of bags of saline because I was really dehydrated. And they said, we want to admit you and send you to Melbourne.
Yeah.
And when you've got animals at home,
Yeah.
and children who have multiple after-school activities, you can't just be told to drop everything and you're off to Melbourne for overnight. So I had to go home and feed the animals and pack my daughter's ballet bag.
Yep.
And I did that and I went back.
Okay. Who did you speak to?
So I walked in,
Yep.
and there was like, I don't think they were a nurse. It was like, I don't know, it could have been an enrolled nurse it was like a helper person in the triage room, right? And she's just like, are you okay? And I said, well, no, I have to run to the toilet. I've got diarrhea. And she wasn't quite sure where it was. And so she went and found out and showed me where it was. And then she said, I'll go and find someone. I'll get a nurse or a doctor for you. And so I went to the toilet. I came back out. I was waiting in the triage area, and then a doctor came out, Dr. Webster, and he said to me, sorry, that we're going to be a little while because we've got a couple of critical patients in the hospital. And I said, that's fine, don't worry about me, I'm just a gastro case. I'm not urgent, obviously. And he said, oh, what's your name? And I said, Erin. And he said, oh, we've been expecting you because other people that you ate with on Saturday were sick.
Yeah.
And he said, can you come through? And I said, sure. And I came in. And then he said to me, I can't say the exact words, but he said something along the lines of, we've got a concern they've eaten death cap mushrooms. And I said, what? And he said, yeah, that's what we think they've eaten.
Yep.
And then he started asking me about what food I served them, and I told him.
All right. I understand you went down to the hospital and got treatment and that. What kind of treatment did you get?
Oh, they hooked me up to a drip.
she left.
Yeah.
They said that because we're concerned. So Dr. Webster had to leave. I think he was at the end of his shift, and he passed on to another doctor, Dr. Foote. And she said to me, because the concern is that everybody's eaten something that hurts your liver, we need to give you this protective medicine. And so there was saline and acetyl something or other, I think sure it was. But she said we need to give you this and then put you in an ambulance up to Melbourne where they can give you more, I don't know what the word is, more, where they can care for you better. Yeah. So I got saline and this other stuff and went in an ambulance up.
Okay. How long were you in the hospital for in Melbourne?
Till Tuesday afternoon.
Okay, so Monday, Tuesday. All right. And again, for full disclosure, so you understand, we've obtained warrants in relation to medical records for everyone involved in this. Okay. So we will get medical records in relation to your treatment there as well.
Sure.
Okay. You were at home and present when we did a search warrant today. All right. I know you weren't watching everyone at all the time, but I just want to go through on tape some of the stuff we've, and like I said, we'll give you a copy of this, everything we've seized. Kitchen, far left bottom drawer, instruction manual for a sunbeam, food lab, electronic dehydrator. What's that in relation to? Do you know anything about a dehydrator in your house? Or? Okay. Do you own a dehydrator?
No. I've got manuals of lots of stuff I've collected over the years. I've had all sorts of appliances and I just keep them all in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
When did you own a dehydrator?
I don't know, I might have had one years ago.
Okay. What did you use that for?
Like when I first got the Thermomix, I got really excited about like making everything from scratch, you know, and I did a lot of, you know, like everything from scratch ingredients, and I did a lot of that, so I could have had something like that.
Okay. Kitchen bench located against the wall, recipe tin eats book. Okay, I'm not sure.
That's that recipe book.
That's that same book that the Wellington recipe come out of? Yeah. Right. From the fridge, we got the fruit salad platter, which you pointed out. Then in the fridge in the butler's pantry, we got the white jug containing the brown liquid, which you pointed out as well.
Yeah.
So thank you for that. From the study, we took the computer, we took another computer, and we took another computer. Right. In the lounge, we grabbed an iPad in a black and red case. From Broome, we've grabbed a computer.
Oh, that would be an old one I had up in the top of this cabinet.
Okay.
That's a very old one.
All right. So that, if I had to prioritise, that would be the bottom of the list.
I don't think anyone's power bill from fairly long.
Okay. All right. No dramas. All right. So we'll pop that one at the back of the list. All right. A black mobile phone, which again I'll prioritise tomorrow for you.
Thank you.
Upstairs bedroom 2, far left towards backyard. Says Erin's bedroom, so I assume that's yours. Apple iPad.
I don't own any iPads, but they would be tablets, Android tablets.
Oh, okay. There's a Samsung tablet listed below that, located on top of the bed.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe they've got it wrong, that it's not an iPad, it's some other tablet. Samsung tablet. An Oppo mobile phone, and your mobile phone. Alright, so,
And so you said a black mobile phone earlier.
Yeah.
So that would be a Nokia. It's a really old Nokia that I've got for, like, you know, if you break your phone. And you got to send it away from repair, and you need. So I've got this like really old thing. So.
That's right. Your mobile phone would be the top.
Yeah.
And then we're talking about his work school computer, followed by
the GeoForce one.
The GeoForce one.
Yeah.
David,
I just, one thing I wanted to clarify, to make sure I've got it right, you obviously were certainly taking notes. When you went to the Leongatha Hospital and you said you went in there, and you got shown to the toilet, but you said you had to go home to pack stuff, and your daughter's bag and that sort of thing to feed the animals. When you had the conversation with Dr. Webster, was that when you first went there or afterwards?
I don't remember.
That's all right. The other thing that I should have mentioned that, I, again, to your credit, police went around your house on that morning. Yep. On the 31st.
Right.
Yep. And they were obviously responding to the hospital call to check up on you.
Yep.
And they spoke to you on the phone. And you gave them the PIN code for your gate.
Correct.
And directed them to the bin where there was some leftovers.
Correct.
What are those leftovers that you directed them to?
They were the uneaten food from the lunch.
Okay. Right. So you helped them in getting that so it could be sampled.
Because my kids ate the meal too.
Yeah.
But there was stuff that was left over and it went straight in the bin. And so when I went to the hospital and they said they were concerned that everyone ate some contaminated food, I said, well, there's the leftovers in the bin, you can have it. Feel free to look through it.
Yep.
And I said, I'll go and get it if you want. And they said, well, that's fine, you need to go on a drip. We'll call the police. And I said, well, that's fine, just let them know I need to give them a PIN code.
Yep.
So they did that, and a bag of food appeared a bit later.
Yep.
So
yeah.
Yep.
So thank you for helping us locate that.
It's fine.
That's it. Yeah, I'm knitting. Are you going? I can knit you something for your night walks. How you going? Victoria Cricket Research. Yeah, well, you know, we're expecting almost 30 degrees today in Melbourne, but I'm cold. It's still warm, like 18 degrees, but inside the houses, we're freezing. Yeah, I love my knitting. How you guys going? Thomas? Yeah, she lied a lot. And then they found the dehumidifier, like the food dryer. They actually had videos of her going to buy it and her disposing of it. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah, I'm on the eastern suburbs too. Went for a walk yesterday and there was no internet at all. Go figure. I woke up so early. So this BB, the CPP, which is the, Public Prosecutor's Office in Victoria, are trying to appeal Erin Patterson's sentence. I love this commercial. He used to be a teacher for my sister-in-law.
Okay, lift her up.
Mitsubishi's most capable ute ever. Nothing can frighten a train.
Not too far. Drop it down a bit.
It's hilarious.
Erin Patterson served murder for lunch without remorse. Her plot to kill was so evil. Victoria's top prosecutors are now calling for the mother of two to never be released.
I think there's every chance the DPP will be successful in the appeal.
Last month, the killer cook was sentenced to a minimum of 33 years behind bars. Justice Christopher Beale taking into account her harsh prison conditions.
There is a substantial chance that for your protection, you will continue to be held in solitary confinement for years to come.
But Patterson's sentence has been described as underwhelming by Crown prosecutors who lodged an appeal on Monday. Today, those reasons were released by the Supreme Court. The Crown claims the sentencing judge erred in finding that there was a substantial chance the respondent would be held in solitary confinement for years to come, when such a finding was not open on the evidence and the sentence imposed is manifestly inadequate.
Murdering 3 people and attempting to murder a 4th is strong grounds to say here's the perfect candidate for someone who should go away for life.
Another high-profile case the DPP appealed saw wife killer Boris Rostevsky's prison sentence increase from 9 to 13 years. If the DPP is successful, Erin Patterson could become the first woman in Victorian history to be imprisoned for life without any prospect of parole, or she could have her existing 33-year non-parole period increased. Patterson's legal team has also confirmed the triple killer will appeal her conviction. Cassie Zervos, 7 News.
Crazy. Well, this is
3 people.
3
Other is fighting for life after being poisoned by wild mushrooms at a lunch with friends in Gippsland. Homicide detectives are investigating the deaths and have questioned a 48-year-old woman who has now been released. Amber Johnston with this report.
Reverend Ian Wilkinson, a local pastor at the Currumbara Baptist Church.
This is the whole story, okay, in case someone missed it.
Fighting for life as police launch a homicide probe.
It's a really shocking situation. All the people who are involved are very well known in our community, which is a tight-knit community, and very well respected and loved.
Reverend Wilkinson's wife Heather, her sister and her husband died after eating toxic wild mushrooms at a lunch with friends.
It's a piece the size of a 20-cent coin is sufficient to kill a person.
Police say the 2 couples were dining with friends at a home in Leongatha last Saturday. The group became sick the following day and went to hospital thinking it was gastro, but their conditions deteriorated. 66-year-old Heather and her 70-year-old sister Gail died this week. Her husband Don, aged 70, last night. Reverend Wilkinson and another friend remain in hospital while other guests from the lunch have since been discharged.
Basically, it's Russian roulette that may have happened. Other people may have been affected to some degree, but not received as much of the toxin.
The homicide squad raided a home in Leongatha yesterday with detectives questioning a 48-year-old local woman. She has since been released as the investigation continues. The Victorian Health Department released a warning about death cap and yellow staining mushrooms in April, reporting a spike in the state due to cool and wet conditions.
Don't go out and collect mushrooms to eat in the wild. It's just not worth the Russian roulette that you're playing with yourself and potentially others.
And Amber Johnston is at Corumburra and joins me live now. Amber, police aren't ruling out foul play.
No, not at this stage. It's important that they explore all possibilities to determine if this was just an awful accident or something more sinister. Now, we do have confirmation on the identities of those other 2 victims. Their names are Don and Gail Patterson. Of course, Gail is the sister of Heather, who is the other victim in this awful ordeal. Tonight, Ian remains in hospital in a critical condition. A service was held here this morning for churchgoers to extend their thoughts and prayers. They also took the opportunity to highlight what a huge impact the couple have had on the local community. Reverend Ian obviously playing a huge role in the church here, and his wife Heather, a teacher at the secondary school, as well as a passionate volunteer. So a community in mourning tonight.
A twist tonight in the Gippsland mushroom poisoning case. Police have confirmed the daughter-in-law of 2 of the victims cooked the fatal meal. Erin Patterson broke down today as detectives revealed she remains a suspect in the deaths of 3 people. Gillian Lantouris has the latest.
You're welcome, Thomas.
Erin Patterson hosted a lunch 9 days ago. Now, 3 people she considered family are dead and another is fighting for life. Returning to her Leongatha home today, the 48-year-old fought back tears.
I'm so devastated about what's happened.
Can you tell us?
And the loss to the community and to the families and to my own children who've lost their grandmother.
Corumburra locals Don and Gail Patterson, along with Gail's sister Heather Wilkinson and Reverend Ian Wilkinson, dined at Erin's house on Friday the 29th of July, where it's believed they consumed toxic mushrooms known as death caps.
Late on the Saturday night, early Sunday morning, they came down with symptoms of some type of food poisoning.
A week later, 70-year-old Gail and 66-year-old Heather died in hospital. By Saturday, 70-year-old Don has also lost his life.
And that forms part of our investigation to try and work out, A, were mushrooms involved, and B, if they were, Where were they sourced from?
On Saturday, police raided Erin Patterson's home and questioned her. She was released without charge but remains a suspect.
The 48-year-old is because she cooked those meals.
Erin Patterson had recently separated from her husband, Don and Gail's son. The former couple's 2 children were present at the lunch, but like Erin, they didn't fall ill.
DFFH, Department of Family, Fairness and Housing, have been involved, and as precaution, they have removed the children from her.
When detectives raided Mrs. Patterson's home on Saturday, they seized a number of items, including a food dehydrator. They will all be taken back to the lab to be forensically examined, but the homicide squad concedes it will take some time to get answers.
At this point in time, the deaths are unexplained.
Meanwhile, the tight-knit town of Korumburra is mourning 3 community members, all of which were a big part of the local Baptist church.
They were beautiful people, pillars of the community, a nicer couple you couldn't meet.
Gillian's at the Austin Hospital this evening. Jill, is there an update on Ian Wilkinson's health?
Pete, the Reverend, he is the local pastor at the Korumburra Baptist Church. He remains here at the Austin Hospital in a critical condition. He is awaiting a liver transplant tonight. His family are by his hospital bed praying that the 68-year-old pulls through. Pete.
Parishioners in Korumburra are tonight mourning 3 of their congregation as they pray for their local pastor still clinging to life in hospital. Questions remain about the fatal mushroom meal they all ate and the woman who cooked it. Gillian Lantouris has today's developments.
Inside the holy walls, where Reverend Ian Patterson would usually give his sermons, his loyal parishioners and community members gather to pray for his recovery.
We're deeply bereaved by what has happened.
The pastor of the local Korumburra Baptist Church was one of 4 people who attended a lunch at Erin Patterson's home on Friday the 29th of July. Now he's fighting for his life and 3 others are dead.
I don't think there'd be any person in this town that wouldn't be feeling grief at the moment.
Ian and Heather Wilkinson, along with Heather's sister Gail Patterson and husband Don, were at daughter-in-law Erin's house when she served them mushrooms believed to be death caps. A day later, the 2 couples went to hospital with gastro-like symptoms. Last Friday, Gail and Heather were dead, and by Saturday, so was Don.
We just want to let them know that we love them deeply, and we are praying for them constantly.
Erin and her 2 children were present during the lunch but didn't fall ill. She shares them with Simon Patterson, Don and Gail's son.
We don't pass any judgment. No. It's just love and care from here.
The 48-year-old's home was raided by the homicide squad on Saturday, where they seized a number of items. Detectives questioned Mrs. Patterson but released her without charge. Police say she remains a suspect. Erin, how are you going? Are you okay? I'm going. While members of the Korumburra community continue to pray for Ian's recovery here at the church, his family are by his bedside at the Austin Hospital in Melbourne, where he's waiting for a liver transplant.
Just lovely people, and it couldn't, you don't wish it on anyone.
Gillian Lantouris, 9 News.
A twist tonight in the Gippsland mushroom mystery. The ex-husband of a suspect in the poisoning case has revealed he had a brush with death. The development emerged as police recovered an important clue at a local tip. Gillian Lantouris with the details.
Mourning the loss of his mother and father, it's now emerged Simon Patterson also battled with his own mystery illness. In a post to social media just over a year ago, the Korumburra man wrote, "My family were asked to come and say goodbye to me twice. I collapsed at home, then was in an induced coma for 16 days, through which I had 3 emergency operations, mainly on my small intestine." Don and Gail Patterson, along with Gail's sister Heather and husband Reverend Ian Wilkinson, were at Simon's estranged wife's house on Friday the 29th of July, when police say they were served a dish with toxic death cap mushrooms.
Even a small amount can cause these problems in your system, up to organ failure and potentially death.
A week later, Don, Gail and Heather are dead, and Ian Wilkinson is in hospital fighting for his life.
It's rattled us too. It's rattled us a lot, and a lot of people describe their feeling as numb.
New evidence has been found by the homicide squad. A food dehydrator dumped at a tip just a 10-minute drive from Simon's former wife's house. Erin Patterson was questioned by police on Saturday and released without charge. Detectives combed the streets near Erin's house today to look for security footage. They say she remains a suspect. She says she's done nothing wrong. 9 News understands that the food dehydrator was seized by police from this skip bin at this Coonawarra tip on Friday, the same day Gail and Heather died in hospital. Detectives returned here today to speak to employees and ask for CCTV. Police will forensically examine it for any residue of death cap mushrooms. Meanwhile, the community is praying for their local pastor, Ian Wilkinson. He's at the Austin Hospital in a critical condition. Gillian Lantouris, 9 News.
New photographs tonight of the 3 people who died after eating poisonous mushrooms. Emily Rice is in the newsroom. Em, what is the latest in this investigation?
Well, Alicia, no breakthrough, unfortunately, in the mushroom mystery just yet, but we do have updated photographs of the deceased victims in this case. These are more recent pictures of Don and Gail Patterson, the first 2 victims, some more recent photographs showing what a lovely couple they were, and the 3rd deceased victim, Heather Wilkinson. Now, Heather's husband, Ian, is still in hospital, critically ill, after that luncheon where they were allegedly served poisonous mushrooms by 48-year-old Erin. Erin is not been arrested or charged yet. Let's be clear on that. Police are still investigating, but of course this case has captured the public's attention, and we'll bring you any updates, Alicia, as they come to hand.
Okay, Emily, thank you.
The woman at the centre of the poisonous mushroom investigation has admitted she lied to police in a sweeping written statement sent to homicide detectives. Erin Patterson says she used fresh and dried varieties to prepare the deadly lunch and ate a serve herself. Stephanie Anderson reports.
I say I didn't do anything. I love them. And I'm devastated that they're gone.
That's Erin Patterson this time last week. It's been silenced ever since, until today, when a statement she's written to homicide police became public knowledge. She claims if people understood the background more, they would not be so quick to rush to judgment. The mother of 2 says she regrets following advice to give investigators a no-comment interview, so now she's telling her side, confirming she made beef Wellington for 4 guests at her Leongatha home on July 29, using a mixture of button mushrooms purchased at a major supermarket chain and dried mushrooms bought at an Asian grocery store. It's understood she's told police that shop was in Mount Waverley and the purchase was made at least 3 months earlier. Miss Patterson then claims she let her visitors choose their plates and ate a serve herself.
She hasn't presented with any symptoms.
But Erin says she did, turning up at Leongatha Hospital twice before being transferred to Monash Medical Centre on July 31 and was put on a saline drip and given a liver protective drug. Police previously said her 2 children were at the lunch, attended by their grandparents and another couple, but didn't get sick.
Because we believe that they may have had a different meal to those others.
Erin says they weren't home but were served leftovers the next day, except the children don't like mushrooms, so she scraped them off the meal. A food dehydrator seized from the local tip is a key focus for detectives on this case. Miss Patterson initially told them she dumped it a long time ago. Now she admits that was a lie. Her statement detailing when she was speaking to ex-husband Simon, whose parents both ate the meal and died, he asked, "Is that what you used to poison them?" Worried she'd lose custody of her kids, she panicked and took it to the tip.
Steph, what's the latest with the police investigation?
Well, Pete, despite those extraordinary new details, this afternoon the homicide squad has told me there is no update to their investigation. They have previously confirmed that Erin Patterson is a suspect because she prepared that lunch, but no one is in custody, no charges have been laid, and the search for answers continues. Pete?
Stephanie Anderson reporting. Today's developments shine the spotlight back on the community of Corumburra. Let's go live to Amber Johnston. Amber, there are plans for a vigil.
Yeah, there is, Pete. This Saturday, St Joseph's Catholic Church will open its doors to anyone who wishes to pay their respects to the families that have been impacted by this awful tragedy. The original plan was to hold the vigil at the Baptist Church, which of course is where Reverend Ian Wilkinson is a pastor, but the outpouring of support has been so significant. The church simply isn't large enough to hold the expected crowd, so the Catholic Church here reached out offering its support, which speaks volumes about the tight-knit community here. Organisers say it's an opportunity for people to come along and light a candle and to remember the victims, Don and Gal Patterson and Heather Wilkinson, and to, of course, say a prayer for Reverend Ian Wilkinson, who remains in hospital tonight in a critical but stable condition, still awaiting that potentially life-saving liver transplant.
Another twist in the poison mushroom case. Disturbing drawings on the wall of a home formerly owned by the woman who served the deadly meal have emerged. As Gillian Lantouris reports, a local tradie employed to paint the house made the discovery.
I am dead. No, I am really dead. That's just one example of the macabre scribble on the kitchen wall of Erin Patterson's former Corumburra home.
I was a little bit scared, mortified, what parent would let a kid draw on this wall?
The 48-year-old, who police say is a suspect in the poison mushroom case, lived in the Shalcott Road home with her now estranged husband, Simon, and their 2 kids. This local tradie was asked to paint over the disturbing images last year when the property went up for sale.
The tombstones down the bottom sort of done it for me. Yeah, like rest in peace grandma and rest in peace me and all that.
The painter says detectives have asked him for the images. It's yet another bizarre twist in this case. Yesterday, a bombshell statement made by Erin Patterson and sent to the homicide squad detailing her version of events was made public. The Leongatha woman admitted she lied to investigators and claimed she ended up in hospital herself after also eating the beef Wellington that killed Don and Gal Patterson and Heather Wilkinson, and has left a local reverend fighting for life. Erin maintains her innocence and says she's grieving too.
It's not Midsummer Murders. This is Corumburra. This is real people's lives.
The admissions thrust the town of less than 5,000 people back into the spotlight.
People are talking about it, as we always do, about things that happen in our community.
Police believe toxic death cap mushrooms were served at the lunch. Erin says she bought them from a supermarket and an Asian grocer in Melbourne.
I think it's a little bit ridiculous, in all honesty.
St Joseph's Church here in Corumburra will open its doors on Saturday at 9 a.m. for community members to come and pay their respects to the victims. 9 News understands no funeral arrangements have been made as police continue to wait for a toxicology report. In Corumburra, Gillian Lantouris, 9 News.
Well, the Corumburra community has gathered for a day-long vigil for the mushroom poisoning victims today. The tight-knit town is still coming to terms with the loss of 3 lives, while there are prayers for Pastor Ian Wilkinson. Penelope Lish has the story.
A grieving community mourning mushroom poisoning victims Gail and Don Patterson and Heather Wilkinson, and praying for her husband Ian, a Baptist pastor who remains gravely ill in hospital.
People are feeling very heavy with having lost such wonderful people.
Those who'd known the 2 couples coming from across Gippsland.
Who we feel for the little grandchildren of the children have lost they've lost their grandparents. A terrible thing to have to live up with no grandparents.
Alongside residents, officers from the Community Policing Unit, offering support in a small town where funeral plans have been delayed by investigations.
When a tragedy happens in a small community, it has a real hurt. People hurt here. This today is an important part of the healing process.
So many unknowns around when can we say goodbye and when can the community, move forward.
While the community came together today, Erin Patterson remained here inside her home. She's continued to plead her innocence after admitting she lied to investigators. The couples ate lunch at her home. The mother of 2, who was previously married to Don and Gail's son, has been the focus of police investigations because she prepared the meal.
I didn't do anything. I loved them. and I'm devastated that they're gone.
Disturbing drawings on the wall of the 48-year-old's former house added another twist, along with a detailed statement sent to detectives. But while homicide investigations continue, the community's holding on to small signs of improvement in Ian Wilkinson's condition.
Really praying for him at the moment.
Penelope Leash, 9 News.
A public memorial service will be held to honour 2 of the victims of the Gippsland mushroom poisonings. Gillian Lantouris has the latest. Jill, a date has been set.
Pete, next Thursday, members of the South Gippsland community have been invited to pay their respects to 2 of those victims, husband and wife John and Gail Patterson. It will be held at the Corumburra Community Centre around 2 p.m. next week. It's understood that their son, Simon Patterson, who we haven't heard from before, will be making a public address to attendees on the day. It's understood that his parents were buried earlier this week during a private ceremony, so Thursday will be a good chance for the wider community to say their goodbyes. Of course, the other victims being Heather Wilkinson, who sadly passed away. Her husband, Ian Wilkinson, remains here at the Austin Hospital. He's gravely ill, but we've been told that he has shown signs of improvement. As for the woman at the centre of this poison mushroom case, Simon Patterson's estranged wife, Erin Patterson, she visited her lawyers today once again in Melbourne. She remains a suspect in this case, in this homicide investigation, because she is the one who served that deadly meal to the 4 victims in late July. Now, whether she will be attending that service on Thursday, that remains unclear, to say goodbye to her in-laws, but she does maintain, Pete, that she has done nothing wrong.
Exactly 1 month after the deadly mushroom lunch, the woman at the centre of the mystery has travelled to Melbourne to speak to her lawyers. Amber Johnston is covering the story. Amber, she's been told to remain silent.
Yeah, it does appear that way, Pete. Erin Patterson made the 130-kilometre journey all the way from her home in Leongatha to visit the office of her high-profile lawyer in the CBD. The mother of 2 was flanked by a pack of legal representatives, including prominent criminal lawyer Bill Doog, who appears gave her strict instructions not to speak to the media as she was ushered past City Cafe goers.
Erin, what was the purpose of today's meeting?
Come over here, Erin, please.
Thanks. Erin, is there anything you'd like to say?
In a bombshell statement sent to homicide detectives, Erin Patterson admitted she made the lunch, but that doesn't prove she intended to harm anyone, which makes this an incredibly complex investigation with contradictions between her statement and what detectives have previously said. Erin Patterson has strongly denied any wrongdoing throughout all of this and says she is also grieving. A public memorial is being held this Thursday for Don and Gail Patterson, her ex-husband's parents, but a family representative says Erin Patterson has not confirmed if she plans to attend. Reverend Ian Wilkinson is the only sole survivor of this tragedy after his wife Heather was also killed over at the Austin. He continues his battle as he waits for a liver transplant, but hospital staff have said his condition has improved. Pete?
The devastated son of 2 of the mushroom poisoning victims has told a memorial service he's comforted that his mum and dad are together once more. As Eliza Rugg reports, the woman who cooked the deadly meal at the centre of the tragedy was a no-show.
Simon Patterson putting on a brave face in front of a packed crowd at the Corumburra Recreation Centre.
It's amazing to look out on this huge crowd of people here to celebrate Mum and Dad's life.
With police guarding the front door outside, Mr Patterson publicly paid tribute to his mum and dad, Gail and Don Patterson, who were laid to rest at a private burial last week.
They would always wave goodbye, and they parted ways. Partly because one day would be the last wave.
Hundreds of residents from the local community came together in prayer.
They now step into their heavenly lives.
And in song. To remember 2 of the 3 lunch guests who died of suspected toxic mushroom poisoning. Gail's sister, Heather Wilkinson, also died. Her husband, local pastor Ian Wilkinson, was left critically ill after eating the meal on July 29, prepared as part of a beef Wellington dish by Don and Gail's daughter-in-law, Simon's estranged wife, Erin Patterson. Today, he was still wearing a ring on his wedding finger. Simon fought back tears as he also thanked the medical teams who tried to save his parents, first at Dandenong Hospital.
The overtime work their team did just to let Mum visit Dad one last time before he was shipped off to ICU. That was amazing.
Then at the Austin Hospital.
He successfully survived an emergency liver transplant a few weeks ago, although sadly the rest of his body was already too sick to go on past that point.
Don and Gail went to primary school together and later joined the same church youth group.
He began to court Gail, and the two were quickly to become inseparable.
They worked as Christian missionaries overseas before Don became a teacher and Gail an assistant at Currumbara Secondary College.
Mum and Dad were always strong pacifists. Mum's SMS notification sound was from the song War. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. And it was no fluke that Mum's final text message on our family group chat as she lay in Dandenong Hospital was, "Lots of love to you all."
But for all their adventures, Don and Gail's primary focus was always their family, especially their 4 children and their grandchildren, who called them Nana and Papa.
We'll miss them.
There was one notable person missing from today's public memorial, Erin Patterson. She remained here at her Leongatha home, the site of where this tragic lunch took place. The blinds have been kept shut. The 48-year-old remains a suspect in the ongoing investigation by homicide detectives. She's denied doing anything wrong and, after visiting her lawyers in Melbourne earlier this week, has been told to make no comment.
Erin, what was the purpose of today's meeting?
Come over here, Erin.
As the Currumbara community turns its thoughts and prayers to Reverend Ian Wilkinson, the 68-year-old remains in a fight for life at the Austin Hospital. A family spokesperson says there's no update at this time.
We'd like to thank our Lord Jesus Christ.
In Currumbara, Eliza Rugg, 9 News.
The lone survivor of the infamous mushroom meal has been discharged from hospital and is recovering at his Currumbara home. Now well enough to speak with police, Ian Wilkinson's statement will be crucial in the homicide squad's investigation into the death of his wife and in-laws. Gillian Lantouris has the latest.
The Currumbara community, once shattered, now with a glimmer of hope. Reverend Ian Wilkinson, the only surviving victim of the poison mushroom case, discharged from hospital on Friday and on the mend.
It's exciting that he is, on his road to recovery.
Mr Wilkinson spent nearly 2 months at the Austin Hospital after he and 3 others ate a beef Wellington dish suspected to have contained toxic mushrooms. His wife Heather died a week after the July 29 meal, along with his in-laws Don and Gail Patterson. Their son Simon joining today's congregation.
Morning, Simon.
There you go.
As the lone survivor, the 68-year-old's recovery has the potential to form a breakthrough in the homicide squad investigation into the deaths, with his first-hand account providing crucial evidence.
The truth will come out.
Today, parishioners attending Sunday Mass at the Baptist Church, where the pastor would usually preach, were grateful to hear he was back at his Currumbara home.
It's still in progress, but what a wonderful thing.
Absent from today's service was Erin Patterson. The homicide squad says the 48-year-old remains a suspect in the case as she prepared and served the meal. She maintains she's done nothing wrong and refused to answer any questions about Mr Wilkinson's recovery. Erin Patterson has visited her high-profile lawyers in Melbourne several times. They've advised her not to speak to the media. Police haven't publicly revealed whether she's been interviewed for a second time by the homicide squad and haven't revealed if there's any update on the investigation.
Until there's closure, then the heartache goes on.
Gillian Lantouris, 9 News.
The lone survivor of the mushroom mystery has farewelled his wife of 44 years, Heather Wilkinson. As the homicide squad continues to investigate the 3 deaths, their suspect, Erin Patterson, didn't attend today's memorial service. Crime reporter Gillian Lantouris.
Flanked by family, but without the most important person by his side, Reverend Ian Wilkinson makes his first public appearance. The sole survivor of the suspected toxic mushroom case was discharged from hospital 2 weeks ago. Today, he was at the helm of the memorial service for his wife, Heather Wilkinson.
More than 400 people packed into the Korumburra Recreation Centre to pay tribute to the 66-year-old. She was one of 3 people who died after eating a dish suspected to have contained toxic mushrooms. Her sister Gail Patterson and brother-in-law Don Patterson also fell victim. Ian and Heather's son Daniel spoke on behalf of the family, saying after a short illness, she went to be with Jesus. Through tears, he shared fond memories. Dad summed up Heather perfectly. She was special not because she was better than anyone else, but because of her faith, because of her holiness. Ian and Heather shared 4 children and 6 grandchildren who also spoke. She's the person to leave a permanent mark on your heart. It's hard to come across someone as sweet, loving and beautiful as her. As a final show of Heather's good nature, the Wilkinson family asked mourners to donate to the Austin Hospital where Heather and Ian were cared for, along with a charity in Africa which assists patients who can't afford their medical bills. A notable absentee from the service, Erin Patterson, the estranged wife of Heather's nephew. Erin served the meal on July 29 at her Leongatha home. The homicide squad says the 48-year-old remains a suspect in their investigation, though Miss Patterson vehemently denies any wrongdoing. Investigators are still awaiting the results of a toxicology report. In Korumburra, Gillian Lantouris, 9 News.
Erin Patterson, the woman at the centre of the mushroom poisoning mystery, has been arrested in a dramatic early morning raid on her Leongatha home. The 49-year-old is still being questioned by homicide detectives and charges are yet to be laid. Eliza Rugg begins our coverage.
Erin Patterson in the back passenger seat of an unmarked police car, whisked away from her family home by homicide detectives. The mother of 2 driven to Wonthaggi police station to be grilled about the lunch she cooked on July 29.
The female will be interviewed by homicide squad investigators.
Police swooped just after 8 o'clock this morning and for hours forensic officers combed Erin Patterson's property in Leongatha, collecting bags of evidence with the help of the AFP and specialist technology detection dogs.
They search for things like mobile phones, SIM cards, memory sticks. So they're there for a purpose. They are looking for something which is in the technology field.
Erin Patterson was estranged from her former husband, Simon Patterson, when she invited his parents over for lunch. On the menu, homemade beef Wellington. Don and Gail Patterson were joined by Gail's sister, Heather Wilkinson, and Heather's husband, Ian. Within days, Don, Gail and Heather were dead. Forensic testing confirmed poisonous mushrooms were to blame.
I'm devastated. I love them. And I can't believe that this has happened, and I'm so sorry.
Ian Wilkinson, a local pastor, spent almost 2 months in hospital. By some miracle, he survived and recently returned home. Detectives desperate to speak with him.
It's a very complex investigation. They've had the benefit of being able to talk to the surviving gentleman.
Erin Patterson has been the suspect since day one. Police say simply because she was the chef who cooked the meal, and the 49-year-old has always denied any wrongdoing. Since then, the case has had twists and turns, including Miss Patterson's claims some of the mushrooms were purchased from an unknown Asian grocery in Mount Waverley months before the lunch. And there's the food dehydrator, a crucial piece of evidence found dumped at a local tip.
Today's arrest is just the next step in what has been a complex and thorough investigation by homicide squad detectives, and one that is not yet over.
So the crucial question remains, was this an innocent tragedy or an alleged evil act?
This case is quite extraordinary in the interest is worldwide, from documentary makers, media groups. It really is fascinating the world.
Live now to Eliza Rugg in Wonthaggi. Eliza, Erin Patterson is still being quizzed.
Yes, Pete, and she's now been in custody here for more than 3 hours. No charges laid at this stage. She's currently inside with her lawyer. In terms of what happens next, we have been told that Wonthaggi Police Station doesn't have suitable accommodation for people like Miss Patterson in her situation to be able to stay overnight. So it's unclear where police will take her if they would like to continue questioning. This has obviously been a huge day for Erin Patterson and all the families involved in this case. We have reached out to the families. They've declined to comment tonight. It is, of course, such a critical stage of this investigation. Pete.
Explosive court documents have revealed Erin Patterson allegedly tried to murder her estranged husband 4 times by feeding him poisoned meals years before the mushroom tragedy. The world watching as the mother of two appeared in the dock for the first time, charged with killing 3 other family members. Eliza Rugg was in court.
Erin Patterson, stay-at-home mum, and now an accused triple murderer. How's your client doing in custody?
She's good, thanks. I've just got to get through.
Miss Patterson's estranged husband, Simon, was still wearing his wedding ring just weeks ago. But overnight, a bombshell. His former wife had allegedly plotted to kill him a total of 4 times. And she allegedly murdered both his parents, his auntie, and attempted to murder his uncle by serving them a deadly meal containing poisonous mushrooms. It's claimed Simon pulled out of the lunch last minute. Police allege Erin attempted to murder him on 3 other occasions. Once in November 2021, and she tried again twice in 2022, in May, then September. It's alleged a 48-year-old Currumbara man became ill following meals on these dates. Erin Patterson sat calmly in the dock today, flanked by 2 guards. Police asked for a 20-week adjournment to analyse the computer equipment they seized at her home. When asked if that material was voluminous, homicide detectives nodded. Will she be fighting these charges, Mr. Duke?
It's early days and we haven't received a brief.
As Erin Patterson's criminal case progresses through the courts, the impact continues to be felt across small communities in Gippsland. 4 of the guests of that lunch were much-loved members of this church. Only 1 will ever return. Pastor Ian Wilkinson could become the star witness alongside Simon Patterson if the case goes to trial.
Eliza Rugg joins us now. Eliza, where is Erin Patterson tonight?
Well, Pete, now Erin Patterson has been taken into custody of corrections. You'd expect she'd be moved to a women's only prison. So that means she'll need to swap her grey jumper that she wore today for prison greens. In terms of a bail application, she didn't make one today, and that's because you can't do that in the magistrate's court. If you're charged with murder, you have to go to the Supreme Court. So no bail application today. If there isn't one made, we'll expect to see her back in court in May next year.
Okay, thank you. Eliza Rugg reporting.
Accused mushroom cook Erin Patterson has been moved to Melbourne and into high security custody. Criminologists say life behind bars as she waits for her next court appearance will be challenging for the high profile inmate. Crime reporter Gillian Lantouris has the story.
Swapping her grey jumper for prison greens, Erin Patterson has been whisked from the prison cells in the regional town of Morwell and brought to Melbourne. Authorities won't say, but the 49-year-old's likely been taken to the women's only maximum security prison, the Dame Phyllis Frost Centre.
It's going to be very difficult for her. High-profile inmate. That's never ideal in a prison scenario because you really don't want to draw too much attention to yourself.
The mother of 2 was arrested on Thursday at her Leongatha home. She faced court on Friday, charged with murdering her former in-laws, Don and Gail Patterson, along with Heather Wilkinson, by serving them a deadly meal containing poisonous mushrooms in July. She's also charged with attempting to murder Ian Wilkinson, who was at the lunch but recovered, along with plotting to kill her ex-husband Simon Patterson 4 times.
If she were to be found guilty, she would be classed as a mass murderer, and that's very unusual.
Criminologists say her time in prison will be particularly challenging.
It's very controlled, it's very, everything about their life. They lose that sense of autonomy. They're told when they can eat, when they can sleep, etc.
Miss Patterson is set to face court here in Morwell in May next year via video link. But if the case takes too long to progress here at this regional court, her matters could be moved to Melbourne. 2 decades ago, Erin Patterson, then Erin Scudder, worked as a highly qualified air traffic controller in Melbourne. Now she's landed herself in the middle of an alleged triple homicide. But while the public's focus is on Miss Patterson,
there are families who are grieving, an entire community that's grieving. So as we have these discussions, just keep those victims and their families in mind.
9 News has reached out to the family members of her alleged victims, who have so far declined to comment. Gillian Lantouris, 9 News.
Accused mushroom killer Erin Patterson has reportedly been moved to a protected unit in prison as she awaits trial. It follows potential fears for her safety. The 49-year-old has spent 4 months behind bars at the Dame Phyllis Frost Centre, charged with 3 counts of murder and 5 of attempted murder.
Accused mushroom killer Erin Patterson has made a surprise bid to have her case heard in regional Victoria.
If successful, the case could be pushed back until next year, prolonging Patterson's time in custody, a risk that she is willing to take. Court reporter Amber Johnston.
This is the first time we've seen Erin Patterson in almost 6 months, the mother of two taking the opportunity to make a bombshell claim, telling the court she's willing to stretch out her time in custody to have her triple murder case heard in her local community.
If she's found not guilty, she's effectively tacked on many months, perhaps even up to a year, on the amount of time that she will spend in prison.
Up until this point, the high-profile case has been heard in Morwell, but as they tried to lock in a date for a 3-week committal hearing, Miss Patterson was told there's no room for the rest of the year. The magistrate pushing to fast-track the matter to the Supreme Court in Melbourne, telling her lawyer, "I'm not content to wait because I don't think it's fair on your client." He replied she would like to have her committal hearing heard in your honours court in her local community, and she's content to wait until the court can accommodate her, which could be up to 15 months.
It may be that by asking to have the matter heard in Morwell and therefore delaying the proceeding, Erin Patterson's chances of getting bail have increased.
The magistrate questioned the 49-year-old, telling her Morwell is 60 kilometres away, not even in her local community. Miss Patterson's lawyer said her Leongatha home, where the fateful meal is alleged to have been served, is still close to Morwell in the context of regional Victoria. He also said most of the witnesses who'll be called to give evidence are from the local community, including Pastor Ian Wilkinson, the sole survivor of the deadly lunch. Miss Patterson will return to Morwell in 2 weeks, where she'll find out if she won her bid. In Morwell, Amber Johnston, 9 News.
Accused mushroom killer Erin Patterson will stand trial in the Supreme Court after she pleaded not guilty to 3 charges of murder and 5 of attempted murder. Court reporter Amber Johnston.
There has been a huge development in the deadly mushroom saga, with Erin Patterson electing to have her case fast-tracked to the Supreme Court of Victoria. This essentially takes away the need for a magistrate to test any of the evidence, speeding up the time it takes for the case to go to trial. Miss Patterson appeared calm with her hands placed one on top of the other as she entered her pleas, the accused killer responding, "Not guilty, Your Honour," as the magistrate read out the 8 charges against her, including 3 counts of murder. The mother of 2 accused of killing her in-laws, Don and Gail Patterson, as well as Gail's sister Heather Wilkinson, after they ate a beef Wellington at her home in Leongatha, with police alleging she laced the meal with poisonous mushrooms. She's also been charged with 5 counts of attempted murder, 1 for Heather's partner Ian Wilkinson, who was also at the lunch, and 4 for her ex-husband Simon Patterson. Today, the location of the charges relating to the alleged attempts to kill him were changed to include various towns across regional Victoria. While her next court appearance will be held here at the Supreme Court in Melbourne, it's possible that the trial itself could be held in regional Victoria, closer to her home and the scene of her alleged crimes. The accused mushroom killer Erin Patterson has appeared in court in person for the first time ahead of her highly anticipated trial. Let's go live now to our court reporter Amber Johnston. Amber, this is the first time we've seen the mother of 2 since she was arrested and charged.
While the commercials play, I can say good day. Little D, how are you? Yeah, we're going through the whole timeline. She got given 33 years. But, so they're appealing that and trying to revoke it. And she might get life in prison or she might get less. The problem is the parole period, you know. She could be out when she's in her 80s, but so, my sweetheart. I got my good days. knitting still, look. But it's so good to see you guys. I love it. It's good we can watch this, you know what I mean?
Alicia, it has been 530 days since Erin Patterson was taken into custody, and that was the last time we saw her in person. But she arrived at the Supreme Court of Victoria today dressed in a dark green jumper, black slacks and sandals. She was also clutching onto a book. Now, these are the first images that have been captured of the 50-year-old since she was charged with murdering and attempting to murder family members with poisonous mushrooms. She's accused of killing her former in-laws, Don and Gail Patterson, and Gail's sister Heather Wilkinson, who all died days after eating beef Wellington that she allegedly laced with death cap mushrooms. Heather's husband, Ian Wilkinson, was the only sole survivor of the lunch. Now, we can't reveal the details of today's proceedings for legal reasons, but what we can tell you is that Erin Patterson has pleaded not guilty to all charges, and her trial is expected to start at the end of this month. Alicia?
Okay, Amber, thank you.
Erin Patterson's highly anticipated murder trial is expected to get underway this week, with the alleged mushroom cook to be tried in her own community. Much of the detail about how the trial will run has been kept under wraps until now, with 9 News able to reveal what to expect and how a town in regional Victoria will be at the centre of it all. Here's court reporter Amber Johnston.
An innocent mother entangled in a tragic accident, or a triple murderer out to get her own family? These are the questions Erin Patterson will face as she stands trial in one of the biggest cases Victoria.
Quick pause. Knitting for a 3-year-old with a mother is Argentinian. And I was going to make him something to wear, but he loves blankets, and I thought, oh, I'll make him a blanket. It's like you said, Thomas. Someone was lucky, you know. My leg still hurts after surgery. It's been 5 months. But I did walk a bit yesterday, and I'm seeing the surgeon on the 17th. I wanted to show you something I bought yesterday. Apart from my t-shirt with the astronaut meditating on top of the world. I love it. Little D, I'm making a blankie. Look at this, right? Victorian Cricket, check this out. Because they kept telling me that I look like Dame Edna with these ones. Oh, really? Why, you couldn't see anything? I don't know if the feed was stopped. It is Channel 9. I mean, it's public broadcasting. It's good to have the whole timeline if someone missed it. But talking about that mate now, I think it was passerby, but he could be at work. I went to the op shop, which is like a thrift shop, second-hand shop. I love it. But it's funny that on the inside it's got like protective, you know, so it doesn't hurt you. I love it. It's so funny. I always like sparkle stuff, you know. Oh, yeah. Actually, my oldest son was saying that it clicks and it makes a funny noise, and when you're wearing headphones, it goes funny. Do you guys see like a question thing? Because he come up on the chat when I was starting the live, and he goes, try this, and it's like a question and answer. Favorite winter activity. I don't know if it shows it's warming up slowly. You know, in regards of my health, you know, a lot of 2006, I started having neck and lower back problems. So in 2013, they did MRIs on my spine, and they said I have a 90-year-old spine, and I was only like 36. So I've got the degenerative disc disease, and it reckons it is genetic. So my neck and my lower back, and they said, you can't go walking around. Like, you know, when you walk on the footpath or uneven ground. Yeah. And so when I walked yesterday, I stuffed up my back. But yeah, that's all right. There's no cure for degenerative disc disease. They can fuse the discs, but, you know, I'm so active. I love swimming and playing tennis and running. So it plays in your head because a lot of people, you know, do... I can see the window in my eyes. Or the TV. The TV reflection. It's hilarious. So yeah. I never thought I would live in pain because I grew up doing gymnastics, you know. Very conscious about my body building. For me, not for what people say. I don't give a F what people say. But yeah, mainly for me, you know. So sorry. And yeah. It's very difficult when you can't move, you know, to build your body or just to keep some type of muscle growing. But I did do dancing. I go dancing in the moonlight. So today we're getting 29 degrees Celsius, which is about 89 Fahrenheit, I think, or 86. And I thought it'd be bloody awesome to go, oh, really? Sorry, little dear. That's what Victoria Research said. Creepy. He said that it was glitching. Weird. I was hoping to jump in the ocean, but that's gonna stuff me up. Alright. See if this works. You let me know in chat. Ooh. Well, I hope it goes back to where we were. We'll give us a commercial for sure. You know what YouTube is like. Look at all my incense. I bought new incense. I love it. Yeah, no, see, it's glitching. Don't know. Okay. That's funny. I've never seen this before. So YouTube is just going weird? Oh, right. But you can hear me and see me when I talk. Oh, wow. Oh, no. Your phone cannot be bugged. Isn't that weird? Well, here we go. That works.
Within 3 minutes and uses 98.7% less energy than your AC. It was invented by a former ASA engineer from Adelaide, and it's now taking Australia by storm. Steve designed this device after a citywide power outage left him, his wife and elderly mother without AC in the searing summer heat. With inside temperatures reaching 33 degrees, Steve took matters into his own hands. The result is an ingenious invention that's destroying the $5 billion AC industry, helping families around the country. Having worked on cooling systems for deep space space rockets at ASA, he reverse-engineered the existing aircon unit in his house and was able to build a more efficient cooling device. It sucks in the surrounding hot air, passes it through a liquid compressed cooling cartridge, and then blasts cold air back into the room immediately after he turned it on.
Because I thought it'd be good to run in my off-grid shed when it's
33 to
winter,
17
but I don't
degrees
know.
in just 3 minutes. Amazed at the results, Steve put his
Depends how
prototype
much
through
it is,
controlled
because
testing.
you don't want
His
to buy
invention
something
cooled down a
expensive just to
37
try
square
it.
meters room by 16 degrees in minutes, keeping it
Pretty
cool using
cool.
only 2.3% of the electricity of regular AC units. Weighing less than 1 kilogram, the small and lightweight design.
Alright. I watch
Lawyer
commercials sometimes.
will be at the centre of it all. Here's court reporter
See if it
Amber
works,
Johnston.
eh?
An innocent mother entangled in a tragic accident, or a triple murderer out to get her own family? These are the questions Erin Patterson will face.
She should have gone a makeover, you know, with all the money. Apparently she was giving a lot of money. Yeah. I thought I would get one little thing. She got an inheritance, Erin Patterson, like millions of dollars. And she was helping everyone, but I thought, yeah. I don't know. I wouldn't get a makeover, but at least, I don't know, you know? Anyway, it's me being a bitch on Thursday morning. Oh my God. I got enough bad karma. We gotta be nice. Let's be nice.
As she stands trial in one of the biggest cases Victoria and perhaps Australia has seen, at least in recent times. The 50-year-old is accused of killing her in-laws, Don and Gail Patterson, and Gail's sister, Heather Wilkinson. Heather's husband, Ian, is the sole survivor of the lunch and the alleged victim of attempted murder. Police say Ms. Patterson served up a beef Wellington that was laced with death cap mushrooms. It's been 1 year and 8 months since that fateful lunch. And now the mother of two is about to face a jury in her own community. The trial will be held at the Latrobe Valley Courthouse in Morwell. That's 150 kilometres southeast of Melbourne, and just a short drive from Ms. Patterson's home in Leongatha, where police allege she poisoned her family in July 2023. Now, in just a few days, it will be the...
See that? I go there all the time. And she was in hospital at the Dandenong Hospital. And that's where I was, I think, at the same time in July. For my leg, when they first started looking into my leg. And then, yeah. This is local, you know. I shop in Mount Waverley, and then she reckons she went to the shop in Mount Waverley, and I thought, bloody hell, because I go to the same Asian grocer, you know. I don't get mushrooms, but I get rice and some veggies that I like to cook. But yeah, look how flat that is. You can see the mountains at the back. It's actually beautiful and not far from snowing country there. Very high altitude.
Epicentre of one of the most intriguing yet complex cases the state has seen. Ms. Patterson is facing 3 counts of murder and 1 count of attempted murder. She's pleaded not guilty to all charges and maintained she's innocent. Her trial is expected to run for 5 to 6 weeks, with a jury of 12 people to be impanelled on Tuesday. Then from Wednesday, proceedings will begin at 10:30 each morning, with 6 seats in the courtroom reserved for journalists, but with interest from right across the world. Who gets a seat inside will be selected by a daily ballot. Erin Patterson will take her seat in the dock as the mining town of Morwell becomes the backdrop to an extraordinary case. Amber Johnston, 9 News.
The world's eyes are about to turn to the Latrobe Valley town of Morwell as accused mushroom killer Erin Patterson's murder trial begins.
Court reporter Amber Johnston is there for us. And Amber, this is a trial that'll make global headlines.
Or already has, Tom, and that's because it's not just a huge contingency of media down here right now, from novelists to writers, podcasters, even filmmakers, let alone journalists from right across the world, but it's also the lawyers and their legal teams who've had to move here to Morwell. So as you can imagine, accommodation here and also in neighbouring towns is pretty much booked up for the next couple of weeks as this case gets underway. The highly anticipated trial starts tomorrow morning, with Erin Patterson facing 3 counts of murder and 1 count of attempted murder relating to her in-laws. Police have accused her of serving up a lunch at her home, which is just a short drive from where we are now, alleging that the beef Wellington was laced with death cap mushrooms. The 50-year-old has pleaded not guilty to all charges and has always maintained she's innocent. The jury will be impanelled around 11:30 tomorrow morning, with 12 jurors from the local community to be chosen, plus a few extras just to accommodate for any sickness. It does raise some challenges because the court will need to find jurors who have no connection to the case whatsoever. Once that process is complete, openings will begin, which will be the first time we'll hear arguments from both sides of the bar table. So needless to say, this was a case that captured not just Australia's but the world's attention at the time, and will continue to do so as we hear that evidence for the first time this week.
There's been a bombshell on day 1 of the mushroom trial, with the prosecution dropping some of the charges against Erin Patterson.
They relate to attempted murder plots against her estranged husband, Simon, details that have been kept secret until now. Court reporter Amber Johnston.
Erin Patterson stared straight ahead and appeared to be listening intently as she found out she will no longer face allegations that she tried to kill her estranged husband, Simon Patterson. The judge told jurors they might be aware of the charges from previous media reports, but emphasised those charges have been discontinued by the Director of Public Prosecutions. In other words, those charges have been dropped and you must put them out of your mind. It means the mother of 2 will stand trial charged with 3 counts of murder and 1 count of attempted murder. Police alleging she poisoned her in-laws, Don and Gal Patterson, and Gal's sister, Heather Wilkinson, and tried to kill Heather's husband, Ian, by serving up a beef Wellington at her home in Leongatha in July 2023 that was laced with death cap mushrooms. Now, for the first time, the prosecution evidence against the accused killer will be tested in court.
Oh, shut up. I was reading the comment that I have a magnetic personality. And then I started laughing because I've got pins, because I broke my thing here. I fell on an icy morning. Oh, for fuck's sakes. There. Anyway, they put pins in place, and now I've got my leg. I don't know how many pins, about 5, I think. And imagine magnetic. I don't know if all the screws and the plate they put on my leg are a problem if there's a magnet. Like, right? It'll be going. That's my socks. And the leg is. It'll be like one of those puppets you move and the legs go everywhere. If a magnet comes near me, I'll be effed. Oh, far out. That was funny. I'll take the compliment. I just couldn't stop it. And yeah, you're gonna find good people in the chat here, because we're down to bloody earth. But fuck, I can't stop laughing now. You know those construction sites that got magnets to lift stuff up? If I walk too close, Gracie will be bloody flying up. Oh my god, I can't stop laughing.
Justice Christopher Beale will preside over the 5-week trial that could blow out to 6 weeks. One of Victoria's top criminal barristers, Colin Mandy SC, will spearhead the defence, and for the Crown, senior prosecutor Nanette Rogers SC. Today, a pool of Victorians from the Gippsland community was whittled down to a jury of 5 women and 10 men. The final 12 who will determine Ms Patterson's innocence or guilt will be drawn by a ballot at the end. Today was the first time the jury saw the mother of 2 in the dock in perhaps one of the most significant chapters in the case. Ms Patterson has always maintained she's innocent, denying all charges.
Okay, let's go live now to Amber, who's in Morwell tonight. Amber, the jury was given strict instructions today.
They were, Alicia. Justice Beale made it very clear they are not to do their own research, and they certainly cannot draw their own conclusions. They can only judge the case based off what they are told inside the courtroom. It is only day 1 of the trial, and it's already garnered so much attention. I spoke to a woman today who's been travelling or plans to travel from Geelong each day to attend the hearings, just as a member of the public. So now jury empowerment is complete. It'll be over to the lawyers to begin their arguments with court resuming here at 10:30 tomorrow morning.
An explosive claim on day 1 of the Mushroom Murder trial. Accused cook Erin Patterson admitted she lied to her in-laws about having cancer during that fateful lunch.
Her lawyer denied she deliberately tried to kill her relatives, but conceded she panicked when they fell ill after consuming the meal that she'd made. Court reporter Amber Johnston.
What a cow.
As Erin Patterson sat in the dock on day 1 of her murder trial, tears flooded her eyes. Head prosecutor Nanette Rogers SC making explosive allegations about the fateful lunch in July 2023. She told the court Miss Patterson invited her ex-husband's parents, auntie and uncle to her home in Leongatha because she had news about a lump on her elbow, telling them her children wouldn't be there. The prosecution says when the guests arrived, Miss Patterson plated the meal which she prepared beforehand. It included individually wrapped beef Wellingtons, mashed potato and beans. The beef was coated in mushrooms and wrapped in pastry. There were 4 dark grey plates and 1 smaller orange plate, which Miss Patterson took for herself. The court heard Gail Patterson couldn't finish her meal, so her husband Don ate her leftovers as well. After the lunch, the accused announced that she had cancer and asked for advice on whether to tell the children. Ms Patterson also invited her estranged husband Simon to the lunch, but he declined the invite. His family ended up becoming incredibly ill after the lunch, reporting severe vomiting and diarrhoea. Hospital staff quickly realised they had ingested death cap mushrooms. Ms Patterson took herself to hospital, also claiming to have stomach issues, but the prosecution says she refused treatment. She allegedly told doctors her children had eaten some of the leftovers, but she scraped off the mushrooms. They said they needed urgent medical attention, but again, she allegedly refused. When the 50-year-old was asked where she purchased the mushrooms, prosecutors say Ms Patterson claimed to have bought them from Woolworths and an Asian grocer, but said she never foraged for them. Hospital staff ended up contacting police. That's when officers allegedly discovered her phone had pinged in areas in regional Victoria that were linked to death cap mushroom sightings reported on the iNaturalist website. The mother of 2 allegedly started posting in an online chat group about dehydrating mushrooms. And after the lunch, police say she drove to a Gippsland tip and disposed of a dehydrator, which they seized. The prosecution also told the court health experts discovered Ms Patterson had no acute illness when she presented to hospital. In fact, she never had cancer, claiming she lied to cover up her tracks. Ms Patterson's lawyer accepts she lied about the cancer, but claims she never poisoned her in-laws. She panicked. She was overwhelmed that these 4 people had become so ill because of the food she had served them. He says she did in fact forage for mushrooms, but never deliberately sought out death caps. Admitting she's a liar, but she's not a killer. Amber Johnston, 9 News.
There was tension and tears in the Morwell courtroom today as Erin Patterson's estranged husband gave evidence in her murder trial.
Simon Patterson cried as he described the moment. He knew his parents were gravely unwell after attending the fateful mushroom lunch. Court reporter Amber Johnston.
Simon Patterson arrived at court ready to face his estranged wife for the first time since she was accused of poisoning his entire family. Erin Patterson stared directly at her ex-husband with an intense gaze as he described the beginning of their relationship. She's quite witty and can be quite funny, he said. Erin is very intelligent. I guess that was one of the things that attracted me to her. They separated in 2015, but were amicable and still holidayed together. But things turned sour for good 7 years later when Miss Patterson discovered her ex had officially changed his marital status. Their interactions from that point described as strained and a source of tension. That was probably the first thing that made me feel like there was a substantial change in our relationship, said Mr. Patterson. The chatty nature stopped and it became functional. So when Miss Patterson approached him at the Currumbara church and invited him to the lunch because she had medical news, he declined. I feel too uncomfortable about coming to the lunch, said Mr. Patterson in a text, but happy to talk about your health and implications at another time. That's really disappointing, Miss Patterson responded. I've spent hours this week preparing the lunch, which is exhausting in light of the health issues I'm facing. I wanted it to be a special meal because I might not be able to have a lunch like this again. At one point, Mr. Patterson asked for a box of tissues and broke down in tears as he described his father's condition after the lunch. He said he looked grey and stooped and was struggling to speak. He said his father and Miss Patterson were close and shared a love of learning and an interest in the world, telling the court I think she liked his gentle nature through quiet sobs.
OK, let's go live to Amber now in Morwell. Amber, the defence ended up quizzing Mr. Patterson about his financial relationship with his estranged wife.
They did, Alicia. This happened right at the end of the day. Simon Patterson ended up telling the court that his estranged wife, Erin, inherited $2 million when her grandmother passed away and that she was really quite generous with that money. He told jurors that she would give out loans in the hundreds of thousands of dollars to his siblings and that she was also happy to keep his name on house titles that she purchased even after they separated. So it has been a fascinating insight into their relationship, which will continue tomorrow when court resumes at 10:30 in the morning.
Erin Patterson.
Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola. Yum. Yeah, oh yeah, this is like...
Erin Patterson's estranged husband has revealed a belated invitation to his mother's 70th birthday party caused a family rift 9 months before the deadly mushroom lunch. A heated message exchange between the pair was today shown to the jury. Court reporter Amber Johnston.
Simon Patterson was stoic as he arrived at court, but as soon as the defected, I found this whole process very difficult, he said, including talking to you people. Attention then turned to his estranged wife, with the defence asking if Erin Patterson often complained about health issues. Mr. Patterson said she had heart problems, depression, even multiple sclerosis. And when pushed about the substance of those claims, he said it's possible that there's a flying teapot going around Mars, but it's pretty unlikely. Next were messages between the pair sent on encrypted app Signal. Are you coming to Mum's birthday lunch? Mr. Patterson asked. It seems that my invite tomorrow is a bit of an afterthought, so I might pass, Miss Patterson replied. Oh, come on, Erin, that's ridiculous. What I reckon is everyone forgot to invite me to this thing and I feel very upset. Hours later, she messaged again, I'm sorry for shouting. I was feeling very hurt. The jury then heard they had been clashing over money for the kids' bills. There was a lot of tension in our relationship and a lot of tension in Mum and Dad's relationship with Erin as well, said Mr. Patterson.
All right, let's get more from Amber now, who's in Morwell tonight. Amber, both Simon and Erin shed tears today.
They did, Alicia. This all happened when the defence played a family home video of the ex-couple's son playing with his grandfather, Don Patterson, before he passed away after that fateful lunch. Simon Patterson took a moment to have a few deep breaths to try and compose himself in the courtroom. And Erin Patterson, she was smiling and fighting through tears as she watched the video. It brings the first week of the mushroom trial to a close, but before the jury was allowed to go home for the weekend, Justice Bill gave them some pretty strict instructions. He told them to ignore the immense media attention and to not do their own research. They were also told to not talk and speculate about the case to anyone, even their loved ones. So that is the end of the first week of the trial. We'll be back here on Monday at 10:30.
Okay, Amber Johnston, thank you. Erin Patterson asked for beef Wellington recipes and posted photos of dehydrating mushrooms ahead of the fateful lunch, according to her friends.
The group of women met on a true crime Facebook group, with one of them claiming Miss Patterson made serious allegations against her estranged husband. Court reporter Amber Johnston has the latest.
Coercive and controlling. Those are the words Erin Patterson used to describe her estranged husband, Simon, according to one of her friends. He was very controlling and she used the word coercive at times, said Christine Hunt. And also that his family was very demanding, particularly around the kids attending a faith-based education. The women met on a Facebook group dedicated to the Kelly Lane case. They would discuss true crime and at times their personal lives. Erin asked if anyone had ever cooked beef Wellington before and did anyone have any advice, said another friend, telling the jury that was 2 weeks before the fateful lunch in July 2023 that led to the deaths of Erin Patterson's in-laws. She was a bit excited that she purchased a food dehydrator, said Daniela Barkley. In our private chat group, she shared photos of her dehydrating mushrooms. The jury was also shown a screenshot of Erin Patterson explaining how she would hide powdered mushrooms in everything, including chocolate brownies, telling the group her children had no idea. The court also heard Miss Patterson told Simon about her dehydrator. The defence asked him, "Let me suggest that just after the conversation about the dehydrator, you said to Erin, is that what you used to poison them?" "I did not say that to Erin," Simon Patterson clapped back, taking a sip of water and asking for tissues as he finished his marathon testimony.
We'll go live now to Amber Johnston, who's at the court at Morwell. And Erin was well known in this Facebook group that she was a part of.
She certainly was, Tom. The jury was told that this particular true crime Facebook group started with around 2,000 members, but over time it dwindled down to a core group of 15 people, and Erin Patterson was one of them, according to her friends who gave evidence today. They said she had a reputation of being a bit of a super sleuth. They said if there was a case or something that they wanted to find out, Erin was the person for the job. They told jurors that she was very good at research, especially online, and was very fast at finding information. So it's been a fascinating insight into the alleged cook today. Those women did finish giving evidence, so tomorrow morning at 10:30 a new witness should be called up.
Amber Johnston there, thank you. The surviving guest at Erin Patterson.
See and hear okay? Hope the glitching gone away. It's a bit weird. YouTube glitching and kicking everyone out. Yeah, it's so weird, isn't it? Victorian creepy research. How is that intelligent? Oh, yeah, she's, and every time they say Victorian town, I'm like, I love Victoria. I'm a big defender of the peace and quiet of the little towns. And along comes people like her, I don't know. I can't see viewing people or likes or anything. So I have no idea who's here and who isn't today. No. You know why I follow true crime? Because unfortunately I lost people. I saw it. Yeah, anyway. It was horrible. It was back years ago when I was 16, and it happened. But yeah, this poor girl happened to her. And then other things you see, you know. And then when I came to Australia, I had to learn English. And I thought, what better than to read a book? And so I found this English book about this. It was true crime, and it was a real story. And you know, they say be careful what you read. I read it all, and I was a different mother after reading that book. I'm like, be careful here, be careful there, kids, this and that, don't do that, don't go out at night, don't. I became not a helicopter mom, but you know, you just kind of like, things happen, you know. And then I was trying to research my own adoption, where I come from and why it happened. And I had a great time at the orphanage till the age of 8, but I was taken out and kind of looked after when I was a baby. No violin required for this one. I don't even know where the little violin is that I play. But yeah, it was the, you know, that older couple, they used to go around driving and picking up young girls and boys, and sometimes they take their own children. What's her name? The names escape me. And then it became, I think they have a documentary now, but this was in 1995, 94, 5, something like that. I just had it. Anyway. Unhelmet. No, not Unhelmet. It was a husband and wife, like they were kind of older, and the two, I got the name. They were massacred. They used to pick him up, and then they had him chained in the basement, and they found him in barrels or something, and some were chained under the basement, and some were already buried in the backyard. Fred, I think Fred and the old woman's name, they were British, I think. British. Fred and, I mean, I probably blocked it because it was shocking. You know, my youngest is now 29, my youngest son, and he always rode a skateboard and danced shuffle and all that. Fred West, that's the one. Is it Margaret? No. Anyway, every time he'll go and see his girlfriend on the skateboard around the neighborhood, I will freak the hell out, you know, because it was midnight. Rose. Oh, yes. I read that book. Anyway, so yeah, it kind of changed, you know, the person that thank God, that's the one. And I love reading, but yeah, gosh, especially when you have little kids. Yeah, that's the one, Cromwell Street. I can't remember the name of the book. Oh, wow. Even when they got caught. So, and then you hear stories and you think, how can it be possible that someone can be so cruel, you know? Someone can be so cruel or even have it in them to do such a thing, you know? Like commit crimes like that. That's insane, right? And so, yeah, you hear stories and you look at the psychology of it. So this that I'm showing you is kind of like the timeline. So at the beginning, you know how I show you the CPP or the DPP, the Department of Public Prosecution. Yeah, they're gonna appeal her sentence of 33 years to make it life. But who knows, you know, who knows what happens. The trial was crazy, and you know. Be good to have all our docketeers here as well. But yeah, I haven't seen, apart from when I do shorts, you know, and I laugh, or little short lives because internet goes. Oh, God. Oh, wow. One day, Fred and Rose. Fred, yeah. Imagine reading it, because reading is a lot more powerful than watching something. You know, when you read it, it's a lot more powerful. I think books are, you know, have a lot more power. Like, it gets into your brain. It does with me, but Mo Nana, how you going, my sweet? So good to see you. I've been calling everyone with my powers. We continue this because it's kind of continuing, and
Beef Wellington cook refused help to plate up the deadly meal.
oh, sorry, I think she said something before that, but yeah, it's like a timeline of the mushroom case.
At 10:30, a new witness should be called up.
Amber Johnston there, thank you. The surviving guest at Erin Patterson's mushroom lunch today came face to face with the accused murderer.
Pastor Ian Wilkinson, who spent 21 days in ICU, gave evidence that the Beef Wellington cook refused help to plate up the deadly meal. Amber Johnston was in court.
A man of God ready to tell his truth. This is the first time Pastor Ian Wilkinson has faced the alleged mushroom cook since that fateful lunch. The 71-year-old took a long, cautious pause as the prosecution asked what he thought of Erin Patterson. She seemed like a normal person to me, he softly chuckled. When we met, things were friendly and we didn't have arguments or disputes. After that, the prosecution asked what his relationship was like with his nephew's wife. Friendly, amicable, the pastor said. It didn't have much depth. We were more like acquaintances. We didn't see a great deal of each other. He told the jury Ms. Patterson invited him to the lunch when she attended his Carrumbara church, an offer he was happy to receive. Then attention turned to his condition after the meal once he returned home. Heather got up abruptly and made her way to the laundry, and I could hear her vomiting, he said. It wasn't very long after that I also felt the need to go and vomit. He told the jury his nephew Simon Patterson was adamant about them going to hospital, which they eventually agreed to. Once they were there, he says his wife Heather was questioning why Miss Patterson had a different coloured plate to everyone else.
Sorry, you saw that? I can hardly move, but I'm just going to put the kettle on. And if there's a commercial, enjoy Australian commercials.
A claim the defence refuted, suggesting most of the plates were different colours and sizes. The court also heard the pastor was sedated and intubated after the lunch and spent 21 days in ICU.
One of the most powerful moments in the courtroom today was when Ian Wilkinson first walked in. His eyes darted around the room and then he stared directly at Erin Patterson as she was sat in the dock.
Darren Fox was another witness who took the stand today. He owns the shop where he claims Miss Patterson purchased the food dehydrator. The jury was shown a tax invoice for a Sunbeam dehydrator purchased in April 2023 for $229. On the receipt, Miss Patterson's name, address and phone number.
All right, let's go live now to Amber in Morwell. Amber, we learned more about Erin's actions in the lead-up to the fateful meal.
We certainly did, Tom. This was a particular conversation Pastor Ian Wilkinson recalled to the jury right before that meal was served. He told the court that he remembers the three women standing in the kitchen, and he says both Heather and Gail asked Miss Patterson if she wanted some help serving up the meal. But according to him, he says Miss Patterson refused and just ended up doing it all herself. He also recalled another really interesting conversation about the pantry. He told the court his wife wife had a particular interest in pantries at the time because they had just built a new one. And he says that his wife asked Miss Patterson if she could take a look inside hers. But what he remembers is that Miss Patterson was reluctant. He just assumed that the pantry must have been a mess and she was just embarrassed. So that concludes the end of Pastor Ian Wilkinson's evidence in what has been an incredibly fascinating day here in Morwell.
Emma Johnston there, thank you.
The accused mushroom cook Erin Patterson has broken down in court as her estranged husband's family gave evidence about that beef Wellington lunch.
A 000 call was also played to the jury of the moment police became involved. Court reporter Amber Johnston has today's developments.
One by one, like a revolving door of grief, the children of the alleged mushroom victims face the woman accused of killing their parents. Erin Patterson broke down in tears in the dock as her sister-in-law recalled that fateful day. Through quiet sobs, Anna Terrington told the court she stayed by her mother gal's hospital bed all night, not realising that would be her final moments with the 70-year-old. Ian and Heather's daughter, Ruth de Boer, described her distant relationship with Miss Patterson, her father, Ian Wilkinson, by her side in court, despite finishing his evidence. Acquaintances, she said. We knew each other enough to say hi in passing, and that was about it. The prosecution then turned to a conversation she had with her mother, Heather, right before the lunch. She said that at church the previous weekend, she was talking to Gail after the service, and Erin said, "Oh, just the two I was looking for," and asked them to lunch. I responded, "Really? Because it's not something I expected." She said, "Yes, we were surprised also. That had never happened before." Brother-in-law Matt Patterson told the jury he called Miss Patterson when he arrived in hospital with his gravely ill parents. I asked her where the mushrooms from the dish had been sourced from. She mentioned that there were fresh mushrooms from Woolworths and dried mushrooms from a Chinese grocer. Next on the stand was Dr. Chris Webster. He recalled feeling surprised that Miss Patterson had discharged herself from hospital. His 000 call to police played to the jury. I have a concern regarding a patient that has left the building and is potentially exposed to fatal toxins from mushroom poisoning, he told the operator. There were 5 people who ate a meal on Saturday and 2 of them are in ICU. The nurse informed me that she, Erin Patterson, had discharged herself against medical advice. She was only here for 5 minutes.
Okay, let's get more now from Amber, who's in Morwell. Amber, towards the end of the day, the jury was shown vision of Erin Patterson in hospital.
They were, Alicia. This was security vision from inside the Leongatha Hospital of the moment prosecutors say Erin Patterson was refusing treatment after claiming to have gastro symptoms. So in this vision, you can basically see Erin Patterson go up to an automatic door. It's a glass sort of door, like an exit, and she's trying to leave, but a doctor ends up intervening and trying to stop her. There's a conversation between the two, and that staff member actually stands in the way of the exit. And then you can see Erin Patterson.
Oh, hey. No. Yeah, there's no media influence behind the book. That's absolutely right. New York Kid. G'day, mate. How you going? If I make you moderators, you can go check each other's channels. My New York Kid. I was watching your live later, New York Kid, because yeah, my internet was playing out, so I said g'day on your live, and Avilas Kumar and Leanne Myers are regulars in your chat, and Victoria Crippet Research too. I love his channel. But this is not, it's like a timeline since I started the live, so people that haven't seen the case can actually watch the mushroom unaliving all these people. I want to show you my new glasses while I'm here, because I got viewers that tell me that I look like Dam Edna. So I bought this. Oh fuck, they're upside down. What's up? I think they're bloody cool. They were like $2. Wow. Do you see me walking with my walking stick today? Oh, it's so funny. I love things that sparkle. Hey, Janet. Sorry, I was making a coffee. And, it's lunchtime here, but I changed my cup. I love these kids. Angelica, you're my best friends. Oh, thanks for the compliment. We were laughing with Victoria Cripp at New York Kid. He said I've got a magnetic personality. And I'm thinking I'll be with all the I know. And so with all the iron and the pins and plates that I've got in my leg, you know, after the surgery, I don't think they go with magnets. Hey, the aloe vera is working. I got black under my eyes because I'm still recovering from surgery. Oh, you're welcome. It's just that you can check each other's channels, and you should go to New York Kid's channel. He goes around the Bronx. He lives in New York. And yeah, he oh, that's all right. Sometimes people are very mean and we can delete comments, but it's very rarely, not here. This is a small channel. I like my interaction with everyone, and I know everyone personally, and I respect everyone personally in my channel. All their subscribers, I think we're up to gracias amigo. I think I've got 277 subscribers because I had 269 and I don't like number 69. So now I'm past that, but I said I'll be back when I'm 369, asking for 370. Oh, my Nana. YouTube is glitching and kicking people out, you know. Oh, you didn't see it? It's funny because it's got like a special thing inside. This is going to be a long live because the YouTube video is like 3 hours. It reminds me like Batman, you know? More like Batman. Batgirl. I wouldn't dare wear leathers at the moment. Let's get back to the mushroom stories. More interested in my swapping glasses. I got these ones, but they're kind of like falling apart here. Catwoman. La Mujer Gata. But you know, you can't see, like, people look at me in the shops and I thought, well, mate, look all you want. If your life is so boring that you gotta look at my glasses. Aren't we humans interesting? I keep it bloody simple, but I wanted to give you an update. Oh, look, my TV went on to chill mode. It reflects my personality. Look at that. We were watching something and the TV decided to go, F you, Gracie, and your story of, look, 24. My God, see the time and the weather. Oh my God, why can't I move it? Okay, whatever. So it's 24 degrees in Melbourne, and then it's gonna be 15 and 7, and it's like our music notes is effed. So fucked. Because, you know, it was still cold from winter. And then we had 19, then 12, then 3, and now 20. And it's like, whatever, you know. Yeah, I wanted to go to the beach, but I can't walk today because I walked too much yesterday. My daughter came to visit, and she cooked amazing food, my Amelia. Oh, that was pretty. Sorry. Yeah, she cooked steaks and bacon and no, mushrooms. No, not mushrooms. All right, my beautiful. Oh, are you getting ready to do a live? Or just drive? I'll catch you on the... I don't know if you see me, but I'm there sometimes through watching. New York Kid. Go and follow his channel. I think you're up to like 15,000 subscribers now, aren't you, New York Kid? I love it. I remember when we first started watching, there was less, and now it's like growing. I love it. People that want to monetize YouTube, I don't really care. I mean, I need money, but who doesn't? Oh, I'm wearing my purple glasses. I'll catch you, New Year, kid. Let's watch this. Because Mo, Nana, and Janet know their story, or you can rewind.
Ziggy,
go!
That's it. We're going to the shop.
We can't have music, but these Australian commercials are so funny. G'day, passerby. How was work? So good to see you, mate. I love the purple. Carolina was here once, and she was going that I look like Janis Joplin. It's funny how sometimes, you know, oh, that's nice, but it's too bloody pink. Pillow talk. You know, I love commercials. I must be the only one. And I found these out that I didn't know about, right? Look at that. See, you've got tags on your skin, and that takes it out. All right, we're back.
Hit a button on the side to open up that door, and then it was at that moment that another staff member, a nurse, ended up intervening as well. So then the three of them are having a conversation, and eventually enough time passes and a form is actually brought over to Erin Patterson, which is a consent form she was forced to sign, basically saying that she was leaving hospital despite medical advice. And of course, that is when Dr. Chris Webster ended up calling police, which we saw just before. So another interesting day here in Morwell. We'll be back here at 10:30 tomorrow morning for more witnesses as they're called up.
Okay, Amber Johnston, thank you.
The jury in the mushroom...
Sorry, I think it's very windy. Excuse me. Wow.
Murder trial has heard...
Sorry, heat and wind are mixed in Victoria and Australia, really. Already high alert for fires, just for 2 days probably, but yeah. Anyway, okay.
From Erin Patterson's daughter for the first time.
The 9-year-old cried in the pre-recorded interview with...
Well, I don't know what happened. It wasn't me. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Could be the glitch of YouTube. Let's see.
The jury in the mushroom murder trial has heard from Erin Patterson's daughter for the first time.
The 9-year-old cried in the pre-recorded interview with...
No. It must be that you can't hear what it was said. Oh no, it's silent. Let's see. No, maybe YouTube lost sound. Let's get out and get in again, because I want to see if this one works.
Patterson's mushroom lunch today came face to face with the accused murderer.
Pastor Ian Wilkinson, who spent...
Yeah, it's weird, he's come back.
21 days in ICU, gave evidence that the beef Wellington cook refused help to plate up the deadly...
It's weird, isn't it? We've done all this. Weird. There we are.
They were, Alicia. This was security vision from inside the Leongatha Hospital of the moment prosecutors say Erin Patterson was refusing treatment after claiming to have gastro symptoms. So in this vision, you can basically see Erin Patterson go up to an automatic door. It's a glass sort of door, like an exit, and she's trying to leave, but a doctor ends up intervening and trying to stop her. There's a conversation between the two, and that staff member actually stands in the way of the exit, and then you can see Erin Patterson hit a button on the side to open up that door, and then it was at that moment that another staff member, a nurse, ended up intervening as well. So then the three of them are having a conversation, and eventually enough time passes and a form is actually brought over to Erin Patterson, which is a consent form she was forced to sign, basically saying that she was leaving hospital despite medical advice. And of course, that is when Dr. Chris Webster ended up calling police, which we saw just before. So another interesting day here in Morwell. We'll be back here at 10:30 tomorrow morning for more witnesses as they're called up.
Okay, Amber Johnston, thank you.
The jury in the Mushroom Murder trial has heard from Erin Patterson's daughter for the first time.
The 9-year-old cried in the pre-recorded interview with...
No, I think they... See, when we get to this, the volume goes down. So it could have been blocked. But yeah.
Give the 14.
Okay, so we got volume there. My God. Yeah, she still. We'll leave it this, and then the volume just comes. Isn't that weird? Maybe there's information that. I mean, it's all finished now, the trial, so I don't see why it would be blocked. But YouTube's been funny today. People saying they've been kicked out.
Erin Patterson's teenage son has described his parents' relationship as very negative in a pre-recorded police interview that was played to the jury. He told officers his father did a lot of things to try to hurt the accused mushroom cook, and he didn't want to stay with him. Court reporter Amber Johnston.
Erin Patterson scrunched her face and tears flooded her eyes as her teenage son described a shift in his parents' relationship. Recently, before the lunch, he asked very negative. The 14-year-old telling investigators his father, Simon Patterson, would do a lot of things to try and hurt his mother. For the past year, we've been living at mum's, sleeping at mum's, he said. He's been trying to get me and my sister to stay at his, but I didn't really want to because he never did anything with us over the weekend. The teenager told police he helped his mother do the dishes after that fateful meal. Describe the plates you collected, the officer asked. They were white plates, about 15 centimetres in diameter. Was there any pictures, colours? Nope, the boy replied. Telling the court his mother served him leftovers the next day, but he only remembers eating steak, potatoes and beans. Do you like eating mushrooms? The officer asked. I don't really like the taste. What about the texture? I don't like how squishy and mushy they are. The teenager said his mother claimed to be sick the next day and appeared clammy and dizzy. He also described a moment in 2020 when his mum took a photo of a wild mushroom. He said she thought they looked nice and that was a fond memory of his.
The jury also heard more evidence from Erin Patterson's 9-year-old daughter. The little girl told officers she remembers making muffins and cupcakes with her mother, to which point the alleged killer started to cry in the dock. Amber Johnston, 9 News.
A mushrooms expert has told Erin Patterson's murder trial he found death caps in the Gippsland region just a few months before the lunch.
A toxicologist also explained how she raced leftovers from the beef Wellington meal to Melbourne for testing. Court reporter Amber Johnston.
A world-renowned fungi expert called to give evidence in his own backyard. Dr. Thomas May told the jury he found toxic death cap mushrooms in the Gippsland area, where Erin Patterson's home is also located, months before the fateful lunch. The prosecution pulled up the iNaturalist website, which was described as a resource for citizen scientists to post their nature sightings. The court heard Dr. May just so happens to be one of those people. Operating under the profile Funky Tom, he posted photos of death cap mushrooms he sighted in Outram in May 2023. He told the jury, you need an account to post an observation, but you don't need an account to view an observation. Every observation is an image, and almost all images are associated with a precise location. Toxicologist Laura Muldoon explained how she was tasked with the job of racing the leftover beef Wellington from that fateful meal for testing after the food scraps were recovered from a bin at Ms Patterson's home. The jury heard that the leftovers were placed in a plastic bag and sent by ambulance with Ms Patterson from Leongatha Hospital to the Monash Medical Centre. Dr Muldoon confirmed it was the beef Wellington as it was described, and she put the scraps in an urgent taxi to the Royal Botanic Gardens in Melbourne to be examined by a mushroom expert.
Let's go live now to Amber in Morwell. Amber, the jury was told of another potential death cap poisoning case.
They were, Alicia. This all came out in Dr. Thomas May's evidence. So basically, as well as being a mushroom expert with over 30 years experience, he also told the court that he's also been doing a little bit of work for the Victorian Poisons Information Centre for the past decade. So it's in that role that he would receive a phone call if there's a suspected mushroom poisoning case. And he told the jury that in the year 2023, just as well as the case linked to this trial, he only received one other phone call, and that related to a Chinese tourist who ate a mushroom that they had picked in the wild, and they actually presented to hospital with very similar symptoms, incredibly sick, and this person was also experiencing organ failure, but remarkably they survived and were able to leave hospital. So 2 particular cases for 2023, so not awfully common. He will be back on the stand tomorrow for more evidence, and we'll bring you all the updates as they happen.
Look forward to that, Amber. Thank you.
A mushroom expert who was asked to examine the leftover beef Wellington taken from Erin Patterson's home says she couldn't find any evidence of death caps. The mycologist told the jury the only ones she discovered were field mushrooms commonly sold at supermarkets. Court reporter Amber Johnston.
Mushroom expert Dr Camille Churung admitted she stored the leftover beef Wellington in her fridge at home after a mix-up. She told the court the sample was delivered to the Royal Botanic Gardens in Melbourne 3 days after the deadly meal, but she had already left work for the day, so a colleague dropped it off at her house to be tested. It was a large Ziploc bag that contained a food item, she said. I have a small microscope setting in my house, so I went there. Prosecutor Nanette Rogers SC asked if she found any traces of death cap mushrooms. No, I didn't, the mycologist replied. Dr Turung took the sample back to the Botanic Gardens and examined it a second time. Once again, she couldn't find any trace of death cap mushrooms. The mushrooms I identified is a field mushroom, she told the jury. This is the typical mushroom that is found in the supermarket. Yeah. The court also heard Erin Patterson went to hospital complaining of gastro symptoms after the lunch and was discharged on August 1. The jury was then shown security vision that was captured the following day on August 2nd at a Gippsland tip. A woman can be seen pulling in a red four-wheel drive before grabbing a large box from the boot of her car and carrying it into the facility. Darren Canty, who manages the tip, told the jury he was contacted by a police officer who asked him to inspect the CCTV. He then asked a colleague to find the item in the bin and to send a photo. He said it kind of looked like a microwave dehydrator, he told the court, which police later seized.
Okay, let's get more now from Morwell. Amber, the last witness call today has examined Erin Patterson's medical records.
He did. So he was another medical expert, but he didn't exactly examine Erin Patterson. He did have a look at her medical records, as you just said. So these included her hospital records after she was discharged, as well as notes from the paramedics and also notes from other GPs that were taken before the fateful lunch. So this doctor ended up telling the jury that he did, in fact, believe that she did show some signs of having some sort of stomach illness because she was dehydrated, but he went on to say that that illness did not appear to be severe, and she also showed no signs of liver damage. But the other interesting piece of evidence he told the jury today is that he couldn't find anything to suggest that Erin Patterson ever had cancer. So he did finish his evidence today, which means tomorrow morning we'll hear from another witness and we'll bring you all the developments as they happen.
Look forward to that, Amber. Thank you. We have breaking news for you now on the...
about 150 Ks. But she used to live in Mount Waverley, which is, you know, where I went to the market the other day there in Mount Waverley. That's where she lived. Her and her husband met around here. And they sold their house. They actually owned in Mount Waverley and moved to that little town on the outskirts of Victoria. So yeah, it takes about a couple of hours drive. And down south of Leongatha, where she was, I was looking to buy a little block of land at the beach there. But yeah, my friend that was mowing here the other day, he's from there, from Leongatha. So it's just small. Victoria is a big place because you got north and east and south and west, and where my off-grid properties to the other side, which is 450 Ks. So this is closer. And also they have mountains where a lot of people go there skiing, and then you got the beach down south. It's a beautiful area.
Mushroom murder trial. Let's go live to our court reporter Amber Johnston, who's in Morwell for us. Evening to you, Amber. A juror was discharged today.
They were, Alicia. The court basically received a tip-off that a male juror was possibly discussing the case with his friends and family. So Justice Bill gathered all of the other jurors together. He sat them down in the courtroom and told them that he had no choice but to discharge this man from the trial. He did make the very important point that he couldn't be 100% sure that these conversations did in fact happen, but he said he couldn't risk it either. So in terms of how this impacts the trial going forward, it's not all bad news. We do know that Erin Patterson's fate will ultimately be decided by 12 men and women, but at the very beginning of this process, during the jury impanelment process, 3 spare jurors were actually selected. So now that this man has been told to go home, there are still 2 spares, and if it stays that way, they will be balloted off at the very end of the trial. So with that all out of the way, here is the evidence we heard in court today.
It's the popular recipe book at the centre of a triple murder trial. That's according to child protection worker Katrina Cripps. She told the court Erin Patterson found the beef Wellington recipe in Nagi Mahashi's cookbook. She said that she found it in a recipe tin cookbook and that she wanted to do something new and special. The jury heard Ms Cripps visited the mother of 2 in hospital to offer her support after the lunch. She said Ms Patterson told her she used a combination of fresh and dried mushrooms because she heard it would give the dish a nice flavour. A spotlight was also put on Miss Patterson's estranged husband, Simon. She talked about feeling like he was at times controlling and emotionally abusive, Miss Cripps said. She told the jury Miss Patterson said debate around child support payments caused tension. She felt like that's the time he had become nasty towards her. She also explained that Miss Patterson told her Don and Gow were like the parents she never had. She felt cared and loved and very supported by them, but that relationship had changed recently. She felt like Simon was isolating her from his family. Victoria's chief toxicologist was next on the stand, and he came bearing a bombshell. He told the court he did in fact find death cap mushroom toxins in not just the beef Wellington leftovers, but also on Erin Patterson's dehydrator. He also said Don and Ian had detectable levels of the death cap toxins in their samples, but Heather, Gail and Erin did not. Amber Johnston, 9 News.
A plant expert who examined the leftover beef Wellington has testified he couldn't find evidence of death caps in the meal, but he did find traces somewhere else. Victoria's chief toxicologist also told the court people can have very different reactions to the poison. Court reporter Amber Johnston.
How to escape the heat if you don't have an air conditioner.
It's smaller than a lunchbox, cools any room within 3 minutes, and uses 98.7% less energy than your AC. It was
This is the AC I was looking to buy. Yeah, no, she's incredibly crazy. And there's no motive, like, we don't know the motive. She hasn't said it, and even the judge said, you only know why you did this. Why? Like, she hasn't said anything, like, at all. But before this, I play her police interview at the beginning of the tape, and also a book that is being released. It's crazy.
Plant expert Dr. David Lovelock would usually examine farming crop, but after that fateful lunch, he was given a more peculiar task. His laboratory at Agriculture Victoria received a number of samples for testing. They included beef Wellington, a jug of gravy, a fruit platter and 7 tubes that contained debris from the food dehydrator. Dr. Lovelock did a visual examination and couldn't see mushrooms in the fruit or gravy, but on the beef Wellington, there were remnants that we believed looked like mushrooms, he said, but we couldn't tell what species they were because it was cooked and quite distorted. He tested the items against DNA samples from Button supermarket mushrooms, as well as poisonous ghost, yellow staining and death cap mushrooms.
They don't televise trials in Australia, Nana, but we did get the sentencing live. That's the only thing we got live. Never. Very rare.
The beef Wellington, he could only find traces of white button mushrooms. And in 2 of the 7 tubes containing the dehydrator, he found Amanita phalloides, in other words, death caps. The jury also heard more evidence from Victoria's chief toxicologist, who said there are multiple different factors that affect how a person might react to death cap mushrooms. There are lots of variables that needed to be considered for that lethal dose, said Dr. Dimitri Gerostomoulos, telling the jury age, health, weight and how much of the meal was consumed are all factors that affect a person's mortality if they consume a death cap. Amber Johnston, 9 News.
The jury in Erin Patterson's triple murder trial has been told her phone pinged in areas close to where death cap mushrooms were sighted. But as the telecommunications expert who analysed the data explained, it's not that straightforward. Court reporter Amber Johnston.
Christine McKenzie was on a walk with her husband and grandson when she found death cap mushrooms in Lock, a town not too far from Erin Patterson's home. The court hearing the alleged cook's phone pinged in the same area days later. That's the evidence from telecommunications expert Dr. Matthew Sorrell, who was given the mammoth task of analysing 4.5 years of Erin Patterson's phone data. The jury was shown this post from the iNaturalist website, which included Miss Mackenzie's death cap sighting with a location and a date, April 18, 2023. Phone records allegedly show Miss Patterson's phone was in Currumbara 10 days after that post. It connected to a mobile phone tower in Lock almost 10 minutes later, then a different tower at Lock South before it pinged on the first Lock tower until just after 10 a.m. Dr. Sorrell alleges says it's possible Miss Patterson's phone visited Locke a second time almost a month later, on the morning of May 22. Throughout his evidence, Dr. Sorrell made it very clear it's not necessarily a guarantee that Miss Patterson's phone stayed in the Locke township for that entire period, but he said it is possible. The jury also heard Miss Patterson's phone allegedly connected to a mobile tower in Outram, a day after mycologist Thomas May said he also found death cap mushrooms growing in the same town.
Okay, let's go live now to Amber Johnston in Morwell. Amber, the trial is still generating plenty of interest.
It certainly is, Alicia. If anything, today was probably the busiest day we have seen in the mushroom murder trial over the past 3 weeks, which is pretty remarkable when you think about it. There literally wasn't a spare seat in the courtroom today. If anything, a number of people were told to get out when they were trying to watch proceedings standing up in the back of the courtroom. You need to remember there are just 6 seats that have been allocated to the media in the courtroom, and there are probably more than 40 seats altogether. So most of the people in the courtroom today were either members of the public who have a keen interest in the case, or of course friends and family of either Erin Patterson or the alleged victims. So interest certainly isn't fading as the case enters its 4th week this week.
Okay, Amber, thank you.
Doubt has been cast over the accuracy of Erin Patterson's phone records in the mushroom murder trial as a telecommunications expert testified for a second day. Amber Johnston joins us live from Morwell. Amber, he came under some pretty tough scrutiny from the defence.
He did, Tom. He basically conceded that it's possible Erin Patterson didn't actually visit those 2 Gippsland towns where prosecutors say members of the public found poisonous death cap mushrooms. It was only yesterday that Dr. Matthew Sorrell told the jury that the 50-year-old's phone allegedly pinged in the towns of Locke and Outram following those 2 very public posts to the iNaturalist website. But as he was being cross-examined by Miss Patterson's defence, he admitted the phone records could be inaccurate and unreliable for a variety of different reasons, including weather conditions and the positioning of cell towers. The jury was also shown some CCTV footage of Miss Patterson visiting a BP service station in Gippsland the day after that fateful lunch. So in the footage, the mother of 2 can be seen very calmly visiting a toilet inside the servo, and leaving about 9 seconds later. She browses a couple of fridges before she goes up to the counter and leaves very soon after. So that's today's evidence. We'll be back here tomorrow as the prosecution continues to call witnesses.
Amber Johnston there, thank you. The jury has been shown searches for death cap mushrooms that were allegedly found on a computer seized from Erin Patterson's home. He was also told about a text message allegedly sent by the cook to Gail Patterson's phone weeks before the lunch. Court reporter Amber Johnston.
Forensic data specialist Sharman Fox Henry was asked to crack open a computer that was seized from Erin Patterson's Leongatha home.
You know how they say crack open the computer instead of have it open? Very Australian. Yeah, no, the Australian accent and the New Zealand accent are very different, but you got to be here to hear it. Sometimes I hear it. That was my daughter Emily. You met Emily before, everyone. She was on my last live when we're cooking sometimes or dancing. They say some words that are very different, like some specific words, you know. It's very warm here. Yeah, she just came in. She's visiting.
After the fateful lunch, the personal device was taken from the house on August 5, 2023. The prosecution alleging it had 3 hard drives which the data expert was asked to examine. He ran searches for keywords including death cap mushrooms, mushrooms and poison, telling the jury that on May 28, 2022, 14 months before the lunch, the Bing search engine was used to look up the iNaturalist website several times. The court was shown a URL search that allegedly linked the page with a death cap mushroom observation 10 days beforehand at Moorabbin. Don't be tempted to put these URL searches into Google and conduct your own investigations, Justice Bill warned the jury. Prosecutor Jane Warren then revealed that police also seized Gail Patterson's Samsung mobile after the lunch. It allegedly showed a text message from Erin Patterson that was sent on July 7, 2023. But before the jury could see it, Mr. Fox Henry was dismissed for the day. The jury had a very delayed start today because of an issue the parties have been dealing with. Justice Bill told them court will start an hour later tomorrow at 11:30 so they can continue to work through the problem. Amber Johnston, 9 News.
A Facebook account set up on a phone seized from Erin Patterson's house has labelled her estranged husband Simon as a deadbeat dad. The jury was today also shown messages accusing him of being abusive and gaslighting. Court reporter Amber Johnston.
A Samsung phone seized from Erin Patterson's home cracked open. Prosecutor Jane Warren read a series of Facebook messages sent to a group chat from the account Erin. This family, I swear to God, one message read. I'm sick of this. I want nothing to do with them. The messages allegedly expressing frustration towards Simon Patterson and his parents over child support. It seems their concern about not wanting to feel uncomfortable and not wanting to get involved in their son's personal matters are overriding that. So them. The messages refer to Simon as horrible, gaslighting and abusive, and his parents' communication as weasel words. I wonder if they've got any capacity for self-reflection at all. Clearly, the fact that Simon refused to talk about personal issues in part stems from the behaviour of his parents. His mum was horrified I had claimed child support. Why isn't she horrified her son is such a deadbeat that I had no choice but to claim? The court was also shown 4 images of internet searches for...
She was born in 1974. Anana. Yeah, so she's 51 now.
Ovarian cancer and brain lymphoma. The jury was then shown a series of photos from a Samsung tablet that was also seized from Erin Patterson's home. They included images of a black food dehydrator, yellow-coloured dried mushrooms, and a bunch of field mushrooms on a set of scales. Amber Johnston, 9 News.
The head of one of Melbourne's largest intensive care units has told the mushroom trial doctors threw every treatment they had at the lunch guests to try to save their lives.
He explained that Pastor Ian Wilkinson was so sick they thought there was no way he'd survive. Court reporter Amber Johnston.
Pastor Ian Wilkinson was stoic as he sat in court, listening to how doctors thought he'd have no chance at survival. How close did Ian Wilkinson come to dying, asked prosecutor Sarah Lenthal. We thought he was going to die. He was very close, said Professor Stephen Warrilow, the Director of Intensive Care at Austin Health. He told the jury the lunch guests were suffering multiple organ failures when they arrived. It's quite a frighteningly rapid deterioration, he said. A liver transplant saved Ian Wilkinson's life, but the diagnosis for his wife, Heather, was much worse. There were discussions about whether a liver transplant was possible. It was very apparent that this wasn't survivable. The professor told the jury her sister Gail Patterson was in a similar fight. She was rapidly deteriorating. She was at an advanced stage of organ failure. The 70-year-old died days later along with her husband Don, despite having a liver transplant too. He got relentlessly worse, unfortunately. All of our treatments had failed and he was dying despite the treatments we were applying. The professor told the court that despite the vast array of treatments they might throw at a patient, cases of death cap mushroom poisoning still have a high mortality rate. A sobering prognosis, few survive. Amber Johnston, 9 News.
The jury in the mushroom murder trial has seen a series of text messages Erin Patterson sent to a health officer after the fateful lunch. It followed an unexpected outburst in the courtroom from a protester who interrupted proceedings. Court reporter Amber Johnston.
His T-shirt read, "Give the truth a chance," as he sat up and yelled, "How can you be a judge?" The lone protester heckling Justice Bill from the public gallery before the informant in Erin Patterson's case evicted him from the courtroom. As evidence resumed, Health Department Manager Sally Ann Atkinson was called to the witness box. She said her team was contacted by a doctor about the suspected death cap case, which she thought was quite unusual. The court was then shown a series of text messages she sent to Erin Patterson as health officials tried to find the source of the mushrooms. "I will try to get that information to you as soon as possible," Ms Patterson replied. "I'm just dealing with trying to manage and look after the kids in hospital." Ms Atkinson said she tried to call the alleged cook, but there was no answer, so she sent more questions. She asked if it was just the one other time she had cooked with the dried mushrooms, what drinks and shallots were served, and if she used her card to buy the mushrooms. "I went a few times last week and I know I got some of the ingredients maybe on Wednesday or Thursday. I know I bought some discounted eye fillet steaks one time on one of those 2 days," Miss Patterson said. Miss Atkinson told the jury that was different information to what Erin Patterson had previously told her, because she said she got all of the ingredients on the Friday evening.
All right, we'll head now to Amber, who joins us live from Morwell. Amber, the jury was also shown a series of photos.
They were, Tom. This was all part of the text message exchange between that health department manager and Erin Patterson as they were trying to find the source of the mushroom. So Miss Atkinson basically sent through a number of photos to Erin Patterson of Asian grocers across Melbourne, asking her if any of them looked familiar. But according to the text messages the courtroom saw today, Erin Patterson replied saying she didn't recognise any of them. The jury was also told that throughout this conversation, Erin Patterson was trying to narrow down the suburb where she thought she purchased those dried mushrooms from. And that was when Miss Atkinson told the jury that the alleged cook initially mentioned Mount Waverley as a suburb, but that later changed to Glen Waverley. So that was today's evidence. We'll be back here tomorrow morning for all the rest. We'll keep you updated, Tom.
Amber Johnson live from Morwell there. Thank you.
The jury in the mushroom murder trial today heard from accused killer Erin Patterson for the first time.
In her police interview played to the court, the Beef Wellington cook was quizzed about why she wasn't ill after the lunch and her relationship with her former in-laws. Court reporter Amber Johnston.
Erin Patterson, in her own words, the jury watching police grill the accused killer about her mushroom lunch. "We're trying to understand what made these people so ill." "Yeah," she responded, raising her eyebrows. "Conversely, we're trying to understand why you're not that ill." The stunning interview with Detective Senior Constable Stephen Eppingstall, who quizzed the alleged cook at her local police station after they raided her home for 4 hours following the lunch. "They had a period of deterioration and they have become so ill, their livers have failed," the informant said. "Don underwent a transplant last night. He's still extremely ill. Heather and Gail passed away." Erin Patterson said, "Oh," and shook her head as she looked down at the interview table. "Is that something you've done in the past, foraging for mushrooms?" the officer then asked. "No, never," Miss Patterson said, seemingly taken aback. "Do you own a dehydrator?" "No," the mother of two said firmly. The detective then asked about her estranged husband Simon Patterson and her relationship with his parents. "They've been really good to me and they always said they would support me with love, even though Simon and I were separated." Ms Patterson said she appreciated that because her parents had died, so Don and Gail Patterson were like her own family. "I think Simon hated that I had a relationship with his family, but I loved them. Nothing will change the fact that they're good, decent people and they've never done anything wrong." Erin Patterson looked pained as her police interview was played to the courtroom, and at several times her eyes started to water. "I'm sure that you can understand that I've never been in a situation like this before," she told detectives. "I've been very, very helpful with the health department during the week because I do want to be helpful."
And Amber joins us now from Morwell. Amber, we've heard from the final witness for the prosecution.
Yes, Tom. So the informant will officially round out the prosecution case after 4 big weeks of evidence from 52 witnesses in total. But he's not finished just yet. He'll be back in the witness box tomorrow for more questioning. And then as soon as he's done, it'll be over to the prosecution for their closing arguments. And then as soon as that is wrapped up, it is finally the defence's turn if they want to. So Erin Patterson's lawyers actually don't need to call any witnesses if they don't want to. So whether that happens or not, we'll just have to wait and see.
All right, Amber, thank you. Erin Patterson allegedly owned multiple mobile phones, including one that's never been found.
The jury in the Mushroom Murder trial was also told she's accused of switching SIM cards when police were in her home. Court reporter Amber Johnston.
Detective Senior Constable Stephen Eppingstall studied Erin Patterson's every move, and today it was time for him to lay it all bare, starting with what she told her in-laws about medical issues. The court was shown a series of text messages between Gail and Erin Patterson, where Gail asked, "Just wondering how you got on at your appointment today." The alleged cook replied, "The appointment went okay, thanks for asking. I had a needle biopsy taken of the lump and I'm returning for an MRI next week." Detective Eppingstall told the jury he couldn't find any evidence of those appointments ever taking place. He also accused Erin Patterson of owning multiple mobile phones and said when police raided her home, she allegedly switched SIM cards between devices, telling the court one of the phones has never been recovered. The prosecution also pulled up Erin Patterson's Woolworths rewards card that showed 6 days before the lunch she bought a kilo of mushrooms, 2 types of pastry and onions. And 2 days before the lunch, she purchased more pastry, 4 eye-fillet steaks and even more mushrooms. Then the day before the meal, she again grabbed more pastry, 1.5 kilos of mashed potato and another eye-fillet steak. The jury was also shown the search history for a computer that was seized from Erin Patterson's home. Whoever was using it was looking at death cap mushrooms on the iNaturalist website around the same time an online food order was made and delivered to the mother of two's home. Erin Patterson's bank history was also shown to the jury. The day after the lunch, she made a purchase at a roadside donut store. Then she bought gum, a sandwich and a chicken wrap from a BP service station. And on the 2nd of August, she made a purchase at Dasma Environmental, which is connected to the Gippsland tip where the food dehydrator was found and seized.
Amber has more now from Morwell. Amber, we're close to an end to the prosecution's case.
We are, Tom. We know that the informant is the very last witness to be called for the prosecution. And right at the end of the day today, he ended up being cross-examined by Erin Patterson's legal team. So they brought up some medical records for the mother of two dating back to 2021. And in those records, Erin Patterson was complaining of a number of symptoms and said that she was really worried that she might have ovarian cancer. So according to those notes, she was referred for a number of tests, including an MRI. And the doctor also jotted down that she had a family history of ovarian cancer and her daughter had even had an ovarian cyst. But when it was back over to the informant ended up saying, well, yep, that all looks right, but you have to remember that these notes were self-reported by Erin Patterson, and that is when her defence lawyer snapped back and said, well, isn't that what you're basing all of your evidence off as well? So that is a wrap of all the evidence today. He'll be back on the stand tomorrow, so we'll keep you up to date on all of those developments.
Amber Johnston there in Morwell, thank you. Erin Patterson's lawyers have grilled the lead detective in the Mushroom Murder trial. Court reporter Amber Johnston joins us live now from Morwell. Amber, they've tried to pick apart his evidence.
Yeah, they have, Tom. This was in reference to the informant's evidence he gave yesterday that Erin Patterson allegedly had multiple mobile phones, and one of those mobile phones, a Nokia handset, has never been recovered by police. So the detective told the jury today that when they were searching her home, it was their goal to seize every single electronic device. But her defence lawyer, Colin Mandy, SC, ended up asking him if it's possible that they might have missed some items. He ended up bringing up a still photo from the search, which was an item that was left on a windowsill, and he suggested that that item was the missing Nokia, I should say. But the informant replied, "I don't think that's consistent with the phone. If that was a phone, I would think we would have found it and we would have seized it." The jury was also shown another photo of Erin Patterson's computer room. It was basically floor-to-ceiling shelves that were packed full of Lego figurines, and her lawyer pointed towards a basket and suggested that inside that basket was a mobile phone box, and he also pointed towards another item on the shelf and suggested it could have been a laptop computer. The informant hasn't finished his evidence just yet, so he'll be back on the stand tomorrow to round out week 5 of the mushroom murder trial.
Amber, thank you.
The jury in the mushroom murder trial has been shown a series of messages revealing Erin Patterson's relationship with her in-laws before the lunch. The defence also produced more phone data suggesting she was setting up a new mobile the day her in-laws died. Court reporter Amber Johnston.
On the same day, Gail Patterson and Heather Wilkinson died in hospital, Erin Patterson's phone received a flurry of text messages from different companies, including Apple, MyGov and Australia Post. It's definitely unusual to see a cluster of different apps or companies messaging someone like that, said lead informant Detective Eppingstall. If you're setting up a new phone, that's probably something I'd expect. The jury hearing, the cook allegedly switched SIM cards between devices the day before on August 3, when her lunch guests were in hospital fighting for their lives. The court was also shown a series of text messages between Erin Patterson and her in-laws before the fateful meal, revealing they were in close communication. "Happy Mother's Day, Erin. May God bless you," Gail Patterson wrote in May 2022. "Thanks, Gail. Happy Mother's Day. You are the best mum-in-law anyone could ask for," the alleged cook replied. "Very kind of you," said Gail. The jury was then shown signal messages between Erin Patterson and her father-in-law Don, who offered to help his grandson with his schooling. "We can pick up more books if he wants. Also, if he needs help in any subject I might have competence in, I am happy to provide it. Thank you for the Jitsi lesson with him. He said it was great and you were really good at explaining maths. Thank you, Papa," Miss Patterson replied. "No worries. He is a good student. A class full of him would be fun and rewarding," wrote Don. The jury only heard half an hour of evidence today after legal discussions stalled proceedings. Justice Beale apologised to jurors and acknowledged that the delay is frustrating. Amber Johnston, 9 News.
She is the central figure in this extraordinary case, and today Erin Patterson gave evidence in her triple murder trial.
The accused mushroom cook revealing to the jury her never-ending battle of low self-esteem and how her marriage fell apart. Court reporter Amber Johnston was there.
Erin Patterson, an accused triple murderer who sat silent listening for 5 weeks, today giving her side of the story. The surprise decision announced by her defence barrister late this afternoon, as he told the jury the mother of 2 has chosen to be one of the very few accused killers to give evidence in her own murder trial. "I had been fighting a never-ending battle of low self-esteem most of my adult life," Erin Patterson told the jury in a soft, quiet tone. "And the further inroads I made into being middle-aged, the less I felt good about myself, put on my weight, could handle exercise less." The cook was calm and composed and listened intently as her lawyer asked her about her in-laws. "I had felt for some months that my relationship with the wider Patterson family, and particularly Don and Gail, had a bit more distance or space put between us. We saw each other less. I began to have concerns that Simon was not wanting me to be involved too much with the family anymore. That line of questioning leading to her relationship with her estranged husband, Simon Patterson. We didn't relate on friend things, banter like we used to. That changed at the start of the year, she told the jury. We just couldn't communicate well when we disagreed about something. We could never communicate in a way that would make each of us feel heard and understood. The sole surviving guest of the lunch, Pastor Ian Wilkinson, was sitting in the courtroom as Erin Patterson told the jury she converted to Christianity after attending one of his church services. I had what I'd call a religious experience and it quite overwhelmed me. I was trying to convert Simon to being an atheist, but things happened in reverse and I became a Christian. Erin Patterson became really emotional as she described the traumatic birth of her son. She choked up and tears filled her eyes as she explained how her mother-in-law, Gail, was a tremendous support. I had no idea what to do with the baby and I was not confident. And Gail was really supportive and gentle and patient with me. Erin Patterson reflecting on her 50 years as she stood in the witness box facing life behind bars. This, her only chance at convincing the jury in her own words that she's not a killer.
And Amber joins us now live from Morwell. Amber, what was the mood at court today?
Alicia, it was really quite tense in the courtroom because after all, we've been waiting more than 5 weeks to see whether Erin Patterson was going to take the witness stand or not. So it has been weeks and weeks leading up to this very moment. But in terms of when the jury was brought into the courtroom, the whole room fell completely silent. You could literally hear a pin drop. Erin Patterson stared directly at the jurors as they took their seats. But as soon as her defence barrister rose to start his line of questioning, her eyes were locked on him and she was listening quite intently. And as she was answering those questions, she was really quite softly spoken and, as we mentioned earlier, quite calm and composed in her answering.
And Emma, obviously so much evidence to get through with Erin. Do we know how long she's likely to be in the stand for?
That's the big question, isn't it, Tom? We don't really know at this stage, and it's up to the defence and the prosecution depending on how many questions they want to ask Erin Patterson. But in terms of what happens next, the defence will continue questioning her at this stage, and as soon as they finish up, it'll be over to the prosecution to begin their cross-examination. So they'll go through all the questions they want to ask Erin Patterson, then it's back over to her defence barrister if they want to do any re-examination, and then she'll be done as a witness. But what we do know is that she'll be back in that witness stand at 10:30 tomorrow morning.
Okay, Amber Johnston in Morwell, thank you. Erin Patterson has told the jury in her murder trial she foraged for mushrooms before the lunch with her in-laws.
The accused cook also accepted death caps were in the meal, but says the varieties she used, the majority were bought at Woolworths and a local grocer. Court reporter Amber Johnston.
From 5 a.m, the public lined up outside for a spot inside the court that has captivated a nation. It was standing room only as Erin Patterson rose in the witness box for a second day. The mother of two revealing she did in fact forage for mushrooms. Did you consume them? Her defence barrister asked. Yes, eventually I did. When I got to the point that I was confident in what they were, I cut a bit off one of the mushrooms, fried it up with some butter and ate it and saw what happened. They tasted good and I didn't get sick. Colin Mandy SC later asked about the fateful meal on July 29. Do you accept that there must have been death cap mushrooms in it? He asked. Yes, I do, said Erin. Do you remember where the mushrooms that went into that meal came from? The vast majority came from the local Woolworths in Leongatha, and there were some from the grocer in Melbourne, Erin told the court. The mother...
To me, the most important thing...
Commercials. So what do you reckon while the commercials are on? I know my nana is resting. Good night. It's a crazy case and it's still going because she's appealing. Also, a book is coming out. Probably a series on TV. She was local to my area, so it's a bit weird. You feel uneasy, you know, when someone does that. Little D, I hope you can charge your phone. Phones don't last as long as they used to back in the day. The Nokias. I was, searching for see what phone lasts the most. This mushroom case so captivated people. Just because, why? Why would you unalive people, you know, why? He's crazy, you know, it's something that makes you wonder when you have family that you care about, you know, sorry, the speaker is going crazy. You want to look after them, you know, you don't want to invite him to dinner or lunch, plan it, go shopping for poisonous stuff, and then also have your children there. She did choose different plates. She had a different color plate. Just nasty.
Mushrooms started almost 5 years ago when the world plunged into COVID lockdown, and she eventually served them to her children.
That's right, see. She served them to the children, and she invited people over, and the husband said, no, thank you, you know. No, thank you, he said. Yeah. So sad.
With wild mushrooms started almost 5 years ago when the world plunged into COVID lockdown.
The COVID was crazy, but I mean, it doesn't make you as crazy as to want to poison someone, right? Not really. So welcome to the channel, my darlings and my regulars. It's good to see you. I'm resting today after I actually walked a lot yesterday. So, yeah, so we continued to listen.
Scared they would remove the children. Erin Patterson told the jury she was concerned for her security and didn't want Simon contacting her anymore. Was it your intention then to change your phone number? Yes, it was. The cook then opened up about her struggles with binge eating, telling the jury after the lunch in question she gorged on a cake that Gal had brought over. I had a piece of cake and then another, she said, crying. Her barrister asked, how much cake did you eat? The mother of two said about 2/3 and revealed she vomited after the lunch. I felt sick, I felt overfull, so I went to the toilet and brought it back up again. She also said she couldn't finish her serve of the beef Wellington. I ate a quarter, a third, somewhere around there. The cook told the court it was from the popular Recipe Tin Eats cookbook. She said she began preparing the mushrooms from Woolworths on the morning of the lunch, but she thought they tasted bland, so she added the dried mushrooms from the grocer. Now I think that there was a possibility that there were foraged ones in there as well, she said, closing her eyes as her voice cracked. Patterson told the jury she started to serve the meal and Heather and Gal grabbed 2 plates each. What plates did you use to serve on, her lawyer asked. I think there's a couple of black, a couple of white, one that is red on top and black underneath, and then I've got one that my daughter made at kindergarten. Did you own any grey plates? No. The jury then heard the accused killer revealed a cancer diagnosis to her guests, but later admitted she lied. I had come to the conclusion that I wanted to do something once and for all about my weight and my poor eating habits. So I was planning to have gastric bypass surgery. I remember thinking I didn't want to tell anyone what I was going to have done. I didn't want to tell anybody. I was embarrassed about it. So making them believe I needed some serious treatments done might help me with the logistics about the kids. Colin Mandy SC asked, so you misled them? I did. They all showed a lot of compassion. I was ashamed of the fact that I didn't have control over my body or what I ate. The 50-year-old then said she started to feel nauseous the evening after the lunch, but felt better the following day, so she drove her son to a flying lesson. Half an hour into the trip, I felt like I needed to go to the toilet, so we pulled over on a stretch of road where there was quite a bit of bush. I had diarrhoea, so I cleaned myself up with tissues and put it in the dog bag and put it in my handbag.
She was then taken to some CCTV that the jury was previously shown from that same day. The mother of two can be seen entering a BP service station wearing white pants before she disappeared to a toilet for 9 seconds.
She told the jury she ducked in to dispose of the soiled tissues and eventually took herself to hospital because she still felt sick.
Okay, we'll go live now to Amber Johnston for more. Amber, Erin Patterson was asked about the factory resets on one of her mobile phones.
Alicia, this was evidence we heard right at the end of the day with her defence barrister asking her about that series of factory resets on one of her mobile phones after the lunch. So the 50-year-old ended up admitting to the jury that she carried out 3 of those factory resets on the mobile phone. She said one of them was because she panicked because the phone contained photos of foraged mushrooms. She said another one of the factory resets was done remotely while the device was in a police locker. She said she wanted to know what would happen and told the jury it was stupid to do so. So that rounds out her evidence today. She'll be back in the witness box at 10:30 tomorrow morning.
Okay, Amber, thank you. Erin Patterson has repeatedly denied she intended to kill her guests when she served them beef Wellington laced with death cap mushrooms.
The accused triple murderer also challenged the evidence of the sole survivor of that deadly lunch, Ian Wilkinson. Court reporter Amber Johnston.
In his final moments with his client in the witness box, Colin Mandy got straight down to business. For the first time, he asked Erin Patterson the main question at the very core of this case. Did you intend to kill or cause really serious injury to Donald Patterson by serving that meal? No, I didn't. Did you intend to harm him in any way? No, the mother of two insisted. She was then asked the same question about Gail Patterson. No, the 50-year-old cried. And then again for her sister, Heather Wilkinson. No, I didn't. And finally, her husband, Ian. No. Erin Patterson was then taken to her record of interview with Detective Stephen Eppingstall, where she told him she didn't own a food dehydrator, the mother of two admitting that was a lie. I had disposed of it a few days earlier in the context of thinking that maybe the mushrooms that I'd foraged or the meal I'd prepared was responsible for making people sick. It was a stupid knee-jerk reaction to just dig deeper and keep lying. I was just scared, but I shouldn't have done it. And then, after listening silently for 4 days, it was time for the Crown prosecutor to launch her tirade of questions. You knew that they were death cap mushrooms that you'd been dehydrating, correct? No, I didn't know that. You were very keen to dispose of any evidence that might connect you with the possession of death cap mushrooms, correct? No, I didn't. That's why you rushed out after your release from Monash to dispose of it. No.
Erin Patterson was then shown a series of photos of mushrooms on a set of scales. The cook conceded they looked like scales she owned, and that's when the prosecution suggested that the mushrooms were death caps that she had foraged. Erin Patterson replied, "That is not correct."
She was then reminded about a post to the iNaturalist website 3 months before the lunch, where death cap mushrooms were found in the town of Lock. I'm going to suggest that you went to Lock that day to find death cap mushrooms. I disagree. I suggest that you were weighing these death cap mushrooms so you could calculate the weight required for the administration of a fatal dose for one person. Agree or disagree? Disagree. And the weight required for 5 fatal doses. I disagree. The accused killer was then asked about her habit of drying and crushing down mushrooms to hide in meals. I suggest that you were testing whether you could hide mushrooms into food without anyone noticing. Well, yes, in my children's food, without them noticing, yeah, that's fair. Nanette Rogers SC then suggested to Erin Patterson that she dehydrated death caps to hide in the beef Wellingtons, an allegation the cook refuted, as she confirmed she made 6 individual serves. You intended to serve one of those beef Wellingtons to Simon Patterson had he turned up at the lunch. If he'd come, I would have given him a beef Wellington too, yes, but not one with death cap mushrooms in it intentionally. Then, as Ian Wilkinson sat in the public gallery next to Victoria's lead homicide detective, Patterson challenged the pastor's evidence from earlier in the trial. Ian Wilkinson said in his evidence that you had cancer. Did you tell the lunch guests that you had cancer? I did not. Did you ask the lunch guests for advice about whether or not to tell the kids about this threat to your life? No. And then, in one final jab from the prosecution, you never thought you would have to account for this lie because you thought the lunch guests would die. Erin Patterson replied, that is not true.
Okay, Amber Johnston joins us now with more. Amber, how much longer is this trial expected to go?
Well, that's the big question, isn't it, Alicia? Justice Christopher Beale did cast some light on this today. He gave the jury a little bit of an update, basically saying that it's looking like the case is going to blow out well past the initial predicted 6 weeks that they were initially told at the very start of the trial. We're actually in the 6th week right now, so the trial was meant to be wrapping up, but at this stage it's looking like Erin Patterson will still be in the witness box next week. And Justice Beale also told the jury that both parties are going to need a little bit of time in the courtroom in the absence of the jury just to work through some legal discussions. So that is going to delay proceedings even further. And then he gave them one final message, which was to take as long as they need when it comes to deliberation. So at this stage, it looks like we're still a couple of weeks away from this trial finishing.
Okay, Amber Johnston in Morwell, thank you. Erin Patterson has been accused of being two-faced as the prosecution tried to pick apart her relationship with her in-laws. The accused killer was hit with an onslaught of questions, suggesting she was hiding her true feelings about her estranged husband's family. Court reporter Amber Johnston.
Erin Patterson broke down in the witness box as she maintained she loved her in-laws. The Crown prosecutor suggested it's all a facade. You had 2 faces, a public face, one appearing to have a good relationship with Don and Gail. I suggest your private face is the one you've shown in your Facebook use. Erin Patterson clapped back, telling the jury that's incorrect. How you truly felt about Don and Gail is how you expressed it in your Facebook messages. Incorrect, cried the mother of 2. The accused killer was then asked to read a series of Facebook messages she sent to her friends, criticising her estranged husband and his parents. Lost cause, deadbeat, weasel words, Erin Patterson was forced to repeat. I suggest that you didn't love them. That's not true. I suggest that you were angry that they took Simon's side about the child support allowance. The 50-year-old was then taken back to the conversation she had with Simon Patterson at hospital, where he asked, "Is that how you poisoned my parents?" Erin Patterson told the jury she realised it's possible that foraged mushrooms could have been in the meal. Surely if you had loved them, then you would have immediately notified the medical authorities if you thought there might have been a possibility that the foraged mushrooms had gone into the container with the Chinese mushrooms. Well, I didn't. You didn't feel the need to tell them. That's correct. The Crown prosecutor said instead the next day Patterson dumped the dehydrator at the tip. She replied, "That's correct." Erin Patterson hasn't been as emotional under questioning from the prosecution, but she did break down at one point when she was asked why she invited Ian and Heather Wilkinson to the lunch. There were a few reasons. Ian had been my pastor for years and years. I really liked them and I wanted to have a stronger relationship with them. The prosecution asked, did you invite Ian and Heather to the lunch to ensure that Don and Gail would attend? I didn't need to do anything. I just needed to invite Don and Gail and they'd come because they loved me. The prosecution then took the cook to the day of that fateful meal, Patterson conceding it was unusual for her to invite people around for lunch. That's when Annette Rogers SC suggested the mother of two fabricated the health issue to ensure there was a reason for her children not to attend, so they didn't eat the meal. The cook replied, that's not true. I was going to have gastric bypass surgery, had an appointment booked in September with Enrich Clinic in Melbourne. Not for surgery itself, a pre-surgery appointment, she said. The final topic of the day, the poisonous mushrooms at the very core of this case. I suggest that you had an interest in death cap mushrooms on the 28th of May, 2022. It depends what you mean by interested. The lead prosecutor telling the accused killer, it's a straightforward question, Ms. Patterson, before proceedings were paused for the weekend. Amber Johnston, 9 News.
The prosecution in the Mushroom Murder trial has asked Erin Patterson, are you making this up as you go along? The cook was accused of lying about vomiting after the fateful meal and denied she was using time between hospital visits to cover up her tracks. Court reporter Amber Johnston.
Erin Patterson blinked furiously as she challenged evidence from a number of witnesses, including her own son. The Crown prosecutor turning those claims back on the mother of two, accusing her of being the one who lied under affirmation. I suggest that what you have told the jury about only eating a quarter or a third of the beef Wellington are all lies. No, the 50-year-old insisted. And you're lying about throwing up or vomiting to try and account for why you didn't get seriously ill. I wish that was true, but it's not. The cook accused of lying about how much beef Wellington she ate. I suggest that you had in fact eaten a whole portion of your serve at the lunch. Disagree, Erin Patterson replied. You told Professor Stuart Half in an effort to explain to the medical authorities why your symptoms were not as serious. Incorrect. I don't agree that I ever said I only ate half. I didn't have a tape measure. She was then reminded of Ian Wilkinson's evidence when he told the jury the guests were served on 4 large grey plates and Patterson's was smaller and orange. Do you say that Ian Wilkinson has given incorrect evidence around the issue of plates? Yes, I do. You took the extra precaution of using a different, smaller plate to dish your non-poisoned serve. Incorrect, the cook replied. Patterson also challenged her estranged husband's evidence that she was worried about having an accident after the lunch while she was driving. I did not tell him I was afraid I'd poo my pants. No, she said. The mother of two then disputed her son's evidence, where he told police he didn't see her going to the toilet frequently the day after the lunch. I did, she maintained. Do you agree that you were not going to the toilet frequently on Sunday morning? I don't agree. At one point, Erin Patterson piped up and asked the Crown prosecutor to clarify a particular statement, which was very quickly and firmly shut down. I'm the person who asked the question, said Annette Rogers SC. The accused killer was then asked to recall when she took herself to Leongatha Hospital and doctors told her they feared it was death cap poisoning. I suggest that you were shocked that the doctors were onto death caps so quickly and you were worried that you were going to get caught. Incorrect. The cook was then taken to the moment she discharged herself from hospital and went back home and had a lie down. Surely that's the last thing you do under these circumstances. It might be the last thing you do. I suggest that during this period of time, you were trying to manage the situation you now found yourself in. Incorrect. Patterson was then reminded that she told the jury she had a booking at Enrich Clinic in September 2023 to inquire about gastric bypass surgery. The Enrich Clinic does not offer gastric bypass surgery or gastric sleeve surgery. I don't know. I'm a bit puzzled. In what way? It would have been related to weight loss surgery. Perhaps it was a different procedure I was doing with them. I was looking into liposuction as well.
Okay, let's go live now to Amber in Morwell. Amber, Erin Patterson was also asked about helping police recover the beef Wellington leftovers from...
G'day, little D. That's alright. Janet, it's late too. And Mo was gonna lie down, so I hope you guys rest. I'll play till the end, but yeah. It's like a timeline, it'll help you guys understand all of it. But yeah, you can always come back to it and skip bits. Obvious.
She was, Tom. You might remember this was some evidence the jury heard a little while ago now, but the prosecution circled back to it again today, basically reminding Erin Patterson about a phone call she had with police while she was in hospital after that fateful meal. So you might remember this is when she led officers to those beef Wellington leftovers, telling them they were in a bin at her Leongatha home. But today the prosecution basically alleged that the only reason why Erin Patterson led police to those leftovers was because she was in hospital and didn't have the means to get to those leftovers herself. But it's at that point Erin Patterson told the jury, why wouldn't I just tell police that there weren't any leftovers? That seems convoluted, she said. So that is a summary of today's evidence. It was another big day in the mushroom murder trial, and she'll be back in the witness box again at 10:30 tomorrow morning.
Okay, Amber, thank you.
Erin Patterson was reluctant about her children getting checked by doctors because she knew there was no way they had eaten death caps. That's one of the allegations the prosecution put to the accused killer as she was grilled for a seventh day. Court reporter Amber Johnston.
In an attempt to cut through the haze, the Crown was persistent as it accused Erin Patterson of lie after lie. You knew what you fed your children on the Sunday did not contain the death cap mushrooms. They didn't contain any mushrooms, the mother of two insisted. You were initially reluctant about the children getting medically checked because you knew they hadn't eaten the leftovers. Incorrect. Nanette Rogers SC suggesting to the 50-year-old you knew their lives weren't at risk, an allegation Patterson denied. The prosecution told the cook you knew Donegal Patterson was sick the day after the meal, asking, so why did you proceed to feed the same meal to your children? I didn't know or suspect that. The jury hearing, she was unsure about pulling them out of school when staff at Leongatha Hospital said her children possibly digested death caps. Surely the last thing you would have been thinking about if you genuinely thought that your children might have eaten a potentially fatal poison is being worried or stressed about pulling them out of school. The issue was mushrooms and they had not eaten the mushrooms. The Crown then referenced mobile phone data that suggested after Christine McKenzie made a post to the iNaturalist website citing death caps in the town of Locke, Patterson allegedly travelled to the site and stayed for an hour. The court hearing within 2 hours, she purchased a dehydrator in Leongatha. She was then accused of returning to Locke a second time at a later date before travelling to Outram the same day, after Thomas May also flagged death caps on the iNaturalist site. Allegations Patterson vehemently denied, only confirming she did buy the dehydrator that day. Patterson was then asked about the dried mushrooms she used in the beef Wellington and the fact she said they smelt pungent, so she didn't use them for what she initially purchased them for. If they were overpowering, surely you would have been worried about them being too overpowering in the beef Wellington. No, I didn't think that. I thought it was the perfect dish for them. For your special meal, yes. The prosecution then cast doubt over the origins of the dried mushrooms, claiming Erin Patterson's story about the Asian grocer is another lie, an allegation the cook refuted. You sent them, health department officials, on a wild goose chase trying to locate this Asian grocer. You did not want to be pressed for details about the Asian grocery store. You lied about the source of the death cap mushrooms because you knew you were guilty of deliberately poisoning your 4 relatives.
How about that, eh? That's alright, you can still listen. Sometimes I put a few commercials, you know, YouTube. Some are good, some are funny. Welcome everyone. We're just going through the timeline of Erin Patterson, and because we don't get televised court proceedings in Melbourne, they take photographs sometimes, but they're not allowed to publish anything. Mainly you've got people drawing their faces and then commenting on the reactions. So yeah. Oh, this is a funny commercial.
You found the perfect place before you've sold. Aussie helps you buy first and sell when the time is right, so you won't miss the ride home.
Find out how an Aussie bridge loan could help you.
Quicksand.
Built without limits. Dynapro. Hunguk tire.
I need some of that.
Okay, Amber joins us now. Amber, Erin was also questioned today over claims she's passionate about mushroom foraging.
She was, Alicia. This was the first time the jury heard this particular piece of evidence, and it all relates to when police raided Erin Patterson's home on August 5, 2023. So the prosecution basically told the court that when police were searching through her home, they ended up seizing and cataloguing 423 books. And the reason why they brought this up is because they allege that out of those hundreds of books, Erin Patterson did not own a single one about mushrooms or foraging. And you might remember the jury was previously told that Erin Patterson had an interest in mushrooms. The 50-year-old ended up replying, basically saying that she owned a lot more than those 423 books. She thought it was thousands of books, and told the jury that she hadn't gone through every single one of them. And that is because they were stored away in boxes and tubs at the time in a different part of the house. And she only unpacked them after that search at her house on August 5, when police went around and seized some of those items. So that is a wrap of today's evidence. She'll be back in the witness box tomorrow morning.
Okay, Amber, thank you. Erin Patterson has made 3 final denials as the prosecution asked her straight out if she intended to kill her in-laws. The accused triple murderer disputed evidence from her children before she was excused from the witness box after 8 days of evidence. Court reporter Amber Johnston.
In her final moments with the accused killer, the Crown prosecutor launched a series of rapid-fire questions that go to the crux of her case. Nanette Rogers SC suggesting Erin Patterson deliberately sourced death cap mushrooms and served them to her estranged husband's family, fully intending to kill them. Allegations the cook forcefully denied, as she also disputed statements given by her own children. They told police the Sunday after the lunch their mum prepared a meal but ate very little. Patterson's 9-year-old daughter also told officers they all ate the same dish. Are you saying that your daughter is wrong about what you prepared for dinner on the Sunday night? She is. Are you saying that your son is incorrect about what you prepared for dinner on the Sunday? Yes. She was then reminded that she told the jury her estranged husband Simon asked very bluntly if she used a dehydrator to poison his parents. I suggest that this is another lie told by you to try and explain why just the very next day you went out to dispose of the dehydrator. Disagree, Patterson insisted. The prosecution then accused the 50-year-old of hiding her mobile phone from police as they raided her home, suggesting she switched SIM cards and handed a different device to officers. I suggest you did that because you knew there was no data on this phone. No, I did it because they asked for my phone and I gave it to them. Patterson then conceded she did 3 factory resets on the phone she handed to police, but denied it was to conceal the true contents and deceive investigators. Erin Patterson didn't show a whole lot of emotion as she was being cross-examined by the prosecution, but as soon as it was over to her defence team, she broke down crying, particularly when she was asked about her children. Her defence barrister circled back to a comment made by the prosecution that the Enrich Clinic in Melbourne doesn't offer gastric band surgery. Patterson agreed she mistakenly believed it offered the procedure when she made an appointment and clarified she was also looking into liposuction, a service the defence told the jury the clinic did offer.
Okay, Amber, what happens now that the evidence is wrapped up?
It's a really good question, Alicia, and honestly marks a really big milestone in the case, and that is because both the prosecution and the defence have officially closed their cases. So in terms of what happens next, the jury was told late this afternoon that they don't need to come in tomorrow. So it's going to be a non-jury sitting day just so the parties can work through some legal arguments. So they get another long weekend, and then they'll be back here at 10:30 on Monday morning for closing arguments. So this is the final statements from both the prosecution and the defence. And then as soon as that finishes, it's over to Justice Bill for his judge's charge, which is basically his final directions to the jury members before he sends them away for deliberation. So in terms of how long this is all going to take, we don't really know just yet, but we do know it will at least be a couple of days. So this is going to go well into next week.
Okay, Amber Johnson in Morwell, thank you.
The prosecution in the Mushroom Murder trial has told the jury to reject Erin Patterson's evidence as lies in its closing arguments.
They accused the cook of embarking on an elaborate cover-up to conceal the truth when she knew her story.
With the weight of the Crown case sitting firmly on her shoulders, Nanette Rogers SC wasted no time accusing Erin Patterson of a twisted murder plot. The sinister deception was to use a nourishing meal as the vehicle to deliver the deadly poison. Telling the jury Patterson deliberately foraged death cap mushrooms, dried them and crushed them into a powder before hiding them in individually wrapped beef Wellingtons, fully intending to kill her lunch guests. Allegations the 50-year-old has always denied. The prosecution based its closing arguments around 4 points of deception it says goes to the core of its case. Starting with the claim Patterson lured her in-laws to the lunch under the guise of a fake cancer diagnosis. You might think, why on earth would she tell such a lie? The prosecution puts that the accused never thought she would have to account for this lie. She did not think her lunch guests would live to reveal it, accusing her of believing her lie would die along with her lunch guests. Nanette Rogers SC also told the court the cook deviated from the original recipe, making individual Wellingtons so she could have complete control over the ingredients, which was exercised with devastating effect. As the prosecution made its last and final bid to the jury, Erin Patterson looked straight ahead, listened intently and furiously took notes. The accused killer told her estranged husband she became sick around 4 p.m, but the jury heard the onset of her in-laws' symptoms started at midnight. The accused claimed she had to pull up on the side of the road and go to the toilet in the bush, but her son does not remember any stop occurring. The prosecution pointing to CCTV of Patterson making a 9-second toilet stop at a service station in white trousers. There was nothing in her behaviour to indicate that she was suffering from a serious illness, let alone diarrhoea. The Crown then tried to tarnish Patterson's evidence that she gorged on a cake after the lunch and threw up. There is no evidence from any expert witness as to whether vomiting would reduce the absorption of toxins. Finally, the prosecution accused Erin Patterson of embarking on an elaborate cover-up to conceal the truth, telling the court she knew she needed to deflect blame and suspicion.
Okay, let's go to Amber now in Morwell. Amber, the prosecution also made a significant allegation about the lunch leftovers.
They did, Alicia. You might remember Erin Patterson has always maintained that her children ate the beef Wellington leftovers, but she says she scraped off the mushrooms because they don't like the taste. But today, the prosecution challenged that evidence, accusing the mother of two of lying about feeding her children the leftovers. So the prosecution told the jury that Erin Patterson made this lie allegedly because it would help her deflect suspicion that she poisoned her in-laws. Of course, these are allegations that the 50-year-old strongly denies. So that is the beginning of the prosecution's closing arguments. They will continue tomorrow at 10:30 in the morning.
Okay, thanks, Amber.
Erin Patterson's defence team has tried to tarnish the prosecution case, claiming the lack of motive makes it more likely the lunch was an accident. The Crown disagreed, telling the court in its closing arguments the accused lied to the jury. Court reporter Amber Johnston.
Erin Patterson has always maintained the mushroom lunch was a grave accident and she panicked. But in the prosecutor's final moments with the jury, she asked, if you were told that the meal you cooked and served to your family was thought to possibly contain death caps, what would you do? Would you go into self-preservation mode? Would you race away from hospital? Would you lie about the source of the ingredients? The Crown asking, even when the truth could potentially save the lives of the people you claim to love, urging the jury to consider the case as a jigsaw puzzle, claiming one piece might not tell a whole lot, but together the picture starts to become clear. The Crown accusing the mother of two of lying to the jury. When she knew her lies had become uncovered, she came up with a carefully constructed narrative to fit. Almost. There are some inconsistencies that she can't account for, so she ignores them or just says other people are wrong, including her children. The prosecution also accused Patterson of handing police a dummy phone when they raided her home, alleging her real device that she used every day has never been recovered. Then came Patterson's own claims that she's a forager and ate wild mushrooms, the prosecution alleging the only evidence that you have of the accused picking and eating foraged mushrooms comes from her own mouth. To accept the defence argument about this, you would really have to take her on her word. That is exactly what Erin Patterson's defence team wants the jury to do, telling them in its closing arguments the case boils down to two very simple issues. Her barrister asking, is there a reasonable possibility that death caps accidentally made it into the meal? And is there a reasonable possibility that Erin Patterson did not intend to kill or seriously injure her in-laws?
All right, let's get more now from Amber in Morwell. Amber, the defence really has honed in on the prosecution's lack of motive.
They really did, Tom. So in their closing arguments, Erin Patterson's defence team ended up asking the jury if the prosecution's lack of motive makes it more likely that all of this is just a tragic accident. And Colomandy SC claims it does, urging them to find the 50-year-old not guilty. He hasn't finished his closing statements just yet, so he'll be back at the bar table for more tomorrow morning.
All right, Amber, thank you.
Erin Patterson's defence barrister has told the jury she might be a liar, but she's not a killer. He also labelled the prosecution's allegation that the mother of two would murder her only support network as ridiculous. Court reporter Amber Johnston.
In one of the most public arenas, every intimate detail of Erin Patterson's life is picked apart and scrutinised. The prosecution in a murder trial criticising your every misstep, your every lapse in judgment, the mean things you said in text messages. This seems terrible. Lies exposed for the whole world. But if you put yourselves back there where Erin was, and if you look at it not with the benefit of hindsight, it might be more understandable, her barrister told the jury, admitting she's made mistakes but maintaining she's not a killer. She's not on trial for lying. This is not a court of moral judgment, he stressed. Painting his client as a family woman who loved her in-laws, even when the prosecution accused her of being two-faced. It's an attempt to undermine the overwhelming evidence that Erin had a loving, supportive, understanding relationship with Don and Gail. Her barrister calling any suggestion from the prosecution that she would murder her only support network as ridiculous. He then rubbished the Crown's allegation that the cancer claims were a ruse. Erin didn't tell any of the actual guests that was the reason for the lunch. This conversation happened after the food had been consumed. If this was a ruse, there was no need to have the conversation because the deed had already happened. He then turned to the alleged murder weapon at the centre of the trial, death caps, telling the jury the poisonous mushrooms have only been cited twice in this part of the world in the past couple of years. On the Crown case, you might think remarkably Erin Patterson observed and acted on the only two ever sightings of death cap mushrooms ever in South Gippsland, like she was sitting there waiting.
For over 100 years, Fraser's property has...
You would have seen they're waiting, you know, commercials. But yeah, she planned it. We still don't know the motive. So if you think of a motive, comment. She got along well with everyone. Someone said because she couldn't get a husband to come to lunch, he pulled out. He goes, no, thank you. Because he was sick so many times. I'm knitting a blanket for a 3-year-old and resting my surgery leg. So got another 3 weeks until I see my surgeon, or 5 weeks. Continue. We're almost at the end, but it's good to get the timeline, isn't it? Commercial is funny. 6-pack. We'll all get there.
Waiting, refresh, nope, still not there, refresh, still not there. Aha, how likely is that?
Amber, Erin Patterson's defence team also pointed to evidence about the onset of her illness after the lunch.
They did, Alicia. So you might remember Erin Patterson in her evidence ended up saying that a couple of hours after her lunch guests left, she ended up gorging on a cake and made herself vomit. Well, today, her barrister ended up telling the jury if that really was a lie, as the prosecution alleges, then why wouldn't she just say that she was sick directly after the lunch? Because surely the sooner the better. He hasn't finished his closing arguments just yet, so he'll be back at the bar table at 10:30 tomorrow morning.
Okay, Amber, thank you.
In his final moments with the jury, Erin Patterson's defence barrister has slammed the prosecution and criticised how detectives handled the case. He argued after 8 days in the witness box, his client emerged unscathed, even when challenged under rapid-fire questioning. Court reporter Amber Johnston.
A stay-at-home mum caught up in a tragic foraging accident, or a cold and calculated killer capable of murder. Those are the theories posed to the jury as the defence and prosecution finish their final pleas. Child Protection was asking questions. The meal was clearly the suspect. Erin was the cook. Her defence barrister taking the jury back to the very moment Erin Patterson told her estranged husband she used a food dehydrator, as one by one the lunch guests fell gravely ill. That was the turning point, the possibility that foraged mushrooms went into the meal. These are the things that are now in Erin's head, he said, telling the jury that's when she started to panic and lied, worried she would be blamed. Even if she came forward at that moment, sadly, it wouldn't have made any difference at all. There was nothing else the medical professionals could do. Then what happened were efforts to conceal the possibility that foraged mushrooms made it into the meal because she feared she would be responsible. The Crown arguing the lies point to one thing, and that is murder. Colomandy SC rubbishing that claim. Either she, Erin Patterson, had the intention or she didn't. The way she behaved in the days afterwards doesn't change that. There are all sorts of reasons why an innocent person might engage in that conduct. Telling the jury you have those reasons from Erin Patterson herself, claiming after 8 days of intense rapid-fire questions, she emerged from the witness box unscathed.
Erin Patterson's defence barrister became really quite animated as he challenged the prosecution's argument that the mother of two avoided medical treatment and didn't want to be cannulated because she wasn't actually sick.
If you're pretending to be sick, you're going to be saying to the medical staff, hook me up, pump me full of drugs. I am very, very sick, please. Her barrister shouts, slapping his arm as he role-plays the scene.
Amber, that of course marks the end now of the defence's closing arguments, but there's been a surprise update on the progress of the trial.
There has, Alicia. So the end of the closing arguments marks a huge milestone in the case, but the trial is not over just yet, with Justice Bill telling the jury today that there has been yet another delay. He said whether they interpret that as a good thing or a bad thing, that is up to them. But the short of it is they don't need to come into court tomorrow or even Monday for that matter, and that is because he needs a couple of days to write his final directions. So the jury gets another long weekend. His Honour told them to consider it like a second Easter just so he can have some time to write those final directions. That means that court will resume on Tuesday morning, and then once he starts delivering his final directions, they will at least take a couple of days before he sends the jury away to begin their deliberations. So we are still a little way away now from this trial finishing.
Okay, Amber, thank you. The judge in Erin Patterson's triple murder trial has begun delivering his final instructions to the jury after 2 months of proceedings. Live now to our court reporter Amber Johnston in Morwell. Amber, how does this part of the case work?
It's a really good question, Alicia, and to put it simply, we are well and truly at the pointy end of this trial now, and the jury is very close to being sent away to begin their deliberations. But before that happens, they need to hear something called the judge's charge. So this is Justice Christopher Beale's final directions before he sends them away, and that is exactly what happened today. So he basically gave them a summary of the past 8 weeks of evidence, and he also reminded them of the law they need to apply when deciding Erin Patterson's fate. He also made a point of saying that the jury members obviously aren't robots, they are people with hearts, and they might feel some sympathy towards the Wilkinson and Patterson families, but if that is the case, they need to put that sympathy to one side and not let it cloud their judgment. He also made a point of recognising the immense media attention the case has garnered. We'll put one of his quotes up on the screen now. He told the jury members, no one in the media, in public, in your workplace or in your homes sat in that jury box throughout the trial. You and you alone are best placed to decide whether the prosecution has proven their case beyond reasonable doubt. Right at the end of the day, he also told the jury that his directions aren't finished just yet. They are going to be lengthy and will take some time. So court will resume again at 10:30 tomorrow morning for more from Justice Christopher Beale.
Okay, Amber, thank you. A delay in the mushroom murder trial with the jury not sitting for much of today. Our court reporter Amber Johnston is in Morwell. Amber, the judge's instruction is taking longer than anticipated.
Well, Alicia, it's always hard to try and predict exactly how long these things are going to take, but Justice Bill did warn the jury that his final directions were going to take some time, and that is exactly what is happening. Now, coupled with that, a little bit of an unexpected delay this morning with the jury not called into the courtroom until after lunch because of some legal discussions, and it looks like they are still a little while away from beginning their deliberations. Now, once proceedings did begin this afternoon, Justice Bill continued to recap the past 8 weeks of evidence, and he also referenced the series of alleged lies the prosecution claim that Erin Patterson told and mount to incriminating conduct. We'll put them up on the screen now. It really is a litany of alleged lies. They include allegations that she lied about being unwell and faked death camp mushroom poisoning, that she allegedly lied about feeding her children the leftover beef Wellingtons, and of course that she had never foraged mushrooms or dehydrated food. Now, of course, Erin Patterson has pleaded not guilty to all charges and has always maintained her innocence. We'll be back at court at 10:30 tomorrow for more final directions from Justice Bill.
Okay, Amber, thank you. Well, the jury in the mushroom murder trial has a date for when deliberations could start. Let's go live now to our court reporter, Amber Johnston. The highly publicised trial's 10th week could be its last, Amber.
Alicia, who would have thought that we would still be here 10 weeks later, especially when the mushroom murder trial was expected to take around 6 weeks, but that is exactly what we're dealing with after Justice Christopher Beale gave the jury an update today. So when we came into court this morning, there was still the possibility that the jury could retire to begin deliberations this week, which could have possibly meant that they would have been sequestered and put up in accommodation here in Morwell over the weekend, but that is not the case anymore, and that is because Justice Christopher Beale told them that his final instructions to them is still going to take another couple of days. So the jury didn't retire today. They will not retire tomorrow. They will now retire at Monday, or on Monday, I should say, at the very earliest. So it means that they will get another weekend at home with their families and a fresh start next week as the mushroom murder trial enters its 10th week.
Okay, Amber Johnston, thank you. Well, the judge in the mushroom murder trial has delivered a stern warning to the jury before they retire to deliberate the fate of accused killer Erin Patterson.
Court reporter Amber Johnston has been covering the trial for 9 weeks now. Amber, he's leaving nothing to chance.
He really isn't, Tom, and you don't blame him really. After more than 2 months of evidence and closing arguments, there's just so much at stake, and he desperately doesn't want the jury to fall at the last hurdle. So Justice Christopher Beale has been incredibly careful, especially in his final directions. But as everyone was sent home today, including the jury members who might end up spending their last weekend home with their friends and family before they retired to begin their deliberations, he gave them a pretty stern warning. He told them to basically ignore all of the immense media attention and to also ignore any commentary from friends and family, not to let anyone get in their ear, and to only discuss the case in the presence of their fellow jury members in that jury room.
So, Amber, there's still 14 jurors who have been listening to the trial. What happens as far as that goes?
Yeah, it's a great question, Alicia. So when Justice Christopher Beale finishes his final directions, which he says will happen on Monday, there's still a little way to go yet. So the jury needs to be balloted down. So in the end, it is a group of 12 jurors who will ultimately decide Erin Patterson's fate. But as you just said, there are still 14 because they always impanel a few extras just in case. So imagine it's almost like pulling a name out of the hat, or in this instance, a jury number out of the hat, and 2 people will be told to go home, and then it will be down to those 12 jury members who will decide Erin Patterson's fate. So that is what's happening next. And then, of course, they'll be sent out to begin their deliberations.
Huge week ahead. Amber Johnston, thank you.
The jury in the mushroom murder trial has spent its first hours deliberating the fate of accused cook Erin Patterson. Let's go live now to our court reporter, Amber Johnston. Amber, they will be back again tomorrow morning.
They certainly will, Alicia. So the jury will continue to deliberate as a group during the usual court hours. So that's from 10:30 in the morning to 4:15 in the afternoon from Monday to Saturday. So they'll get Sundays off if we do get to that point. So they've been sequestered, which means they've basically been put up in a local hotel not too far away from court. So they've basically been shut off from the outside world and told that they can only discuss the case and the privacy of the jury room with their fellow jurors. Now, speaking of, you might remember when court started this morning, there were still 14 jurors, but in the end, only 12 will decide Erin Patterson's fate. So 2 were balloted off today, leaving 7 men and 5 women. Now, in terms of all the different outcomes, there are a few different outcomes they could reach. So, of course, they could land on a guilty or not guilty verdicts. And because they're dealing with multiple different charges, they could also land on a split verdict. But the important thing to note is that the decision needs to be unanimous. So all 12 jury members need to decide on the same verdict. And if they don't, that means the trial could end in a hung jury. Now, just before we go, the other interesting point to make is that once the verdict does come through, the Supreme Court will give us a 15-minute warning in an email. So it basically means all of the parties, including us and the lawyers and also the families, are basically having to stay within a 15-minute radius of court so we can run inside once that moment comes.
Okay, Amber, thank you.
A full day of deliberation from the Mushroom Murder trial jury has failed to produce a verdict. Amber Johnston is in Morwell this evening. Amber, Erin Patterson must continue to wait to learn her fate.
She does, Tom. So today marks the first full day of deliberations for the jury in the Mushroom Murder trial. So they were locked away inside the jury room just behind us here for 6 hours today. So it is 6 hours of back and forth and still no verdict. So the wait continues. It means Erin Patterson's fate remains in the hands of those 12 strangers. So 7 men and 5 women who need to land on a unanimous verdict. So that means all 12 of them need to agree. And if they need any help or guidance along the way, they can actually ask the judge a question if they want to, which is usually delivered to His Honour in the form of a handwritten note out of all things. But that did not happen today. So the jurors were obviously happy just deliberating among themselves. But since they haven't been able to reach a verdict yet, it means that we'll be back here at 10:30 tomorrow morning as deliberations now enter a third day.
We were looking for a block of land to start our family home and...
Nice. Me too. How you guys going? I think the chat is absolutely frozen. Because the last message I can see is when little D was back. She says she might fall asleep. That's the last thing I see on the chat. So sometimes it's low, and apparently YouTube has been glitching, kicking people out of chats or something. YouTube wasn't working at all. Apparently some lives weren't working and people were chatting and they were getting kicked out of. You have to get out and come back in. It's crazy. Well, we've been here like 4 hours just following the Erin Patterson trial, and yeah, just the long trial, but in 3 hours. How good is that? Just a lot faster for people that don't know it, you know what I mean? If you want to catch up.
Thank you.
Deliberations in the Mushroom Murder trial will now enter a 4th day after the jury failed to reach a verdict today. Amber Johnston is outside court in Morwell. Amber, Erin Patterson's charges will have to be proven beyond reasonable doubt.
They do, Alicia. So those 3 words, beyond reasonable doubt, are so important because there can't be any grey areas. So, for example, if Erin Patterson's defence team has successfully planted even the smallest, tiniest seed of doubt in the jurors' minds, then they would have to find her not guilty. In a similar vein, if the jurors think, look, it's possible that she committed these alleged crimes, but we're still not 100% sure, then again, they would have to find her not guilty. So the burden of proof in this case is huge for the prosecution, and it's a huge job for the jurors too, who are clearly being very careful and they are clearly taking their time with this decision, which is exactly what the judge asked them to do.
Okay, Amber, thank you. Well, day 4 of deliberations in the Mushroom Murder trial has come to an end. Court reporter Amber Johnston is in Morwell tonight. Amber, no verdict as yet.
Well, another day, Alicia, and still no movement from the jury in the Mushroom Murder trial, with deliberations now entering a fifth day. As we've been standing here waiting for that verdict to come through, it's been really interesting to see who has been coming down to the court precinct each day. So just to take you inside the building behind us here, just outside courtroom 4, there has been a group of about 30 to 40 journalists and members of the public packing those hallways, desperate to get a seat inside as soon as that moment comes. And many of those members of the public have been attending for the entirety of the trial. So that is 10 weeks now they have been coming down here. We have also seen both the prosecution and the defence teams each day, as well as the lead informant in the case. But we haven't seen any sight of any members of the Wilkinson or Patterson families, which is interesting because many of them, including Pastor Ian Wilkinson, attended every single day of the trial. Alicia, you might remember Fridays are normally a half day, but if necessary, the jury will put in a full day of deliberations if it gets to that point.
Okay, we'll see what happens. Amber, thank you.
The jury in Erin Patterson's triple murder trial is yet to reach a verdict after a fifth day of deliberations. We'll go live now to court reporter Amber Johnston in Morwell. Amber, they'll continue through the weekend.
They certainly will, Tom. So as soon as it hit that 4:15 mark today, we saw those jury members leaving the court precinct with suitcases in tow. So it means another day with no verdict and another day for those jury members locked up in that hotel accommodation with a very strict media blockout. Now, they are about to enter the longest week of the trial yet, and that is because Fridays would normally be a half day and they would have the weekends off at home.
Yeah, so we're just listening, and then they were waiting for the sentencing, I suppose. You know what I mean? It's crazy.
Reconvene in just under half an hour's time. So we'll bring you that result as soon as it comes in. Now, this, of course, follows Erin Patterson being charged with 3 counts of murder and 1 count of attempted murder. We're going across to our court reporter in the Latrobe Valley Law Courts in Morwell, Amber Johnson, who's been following this case now for about the whole 10 weeks it's been going on. It's been quite the trial. And Amber, we are about to get a result.
Good afternoon, Brett. It's almost hard to believe that the moment is finally here after almost 3 months now here in Morwell, waiting for the jury to hand down its verdict. So we've been waiting around for most of the morning, wondering if today was going to be the day. And a few moments ago, we just received that email from the Supreme Court media team confirming that the jury have reached their verdict. So the email states that the court will be reconvening at 2:15. So at this stage, it's really quite a tense, tense emotions down here as everyone's running inside the courtroom. Just to get you an idea of what is happening, we have all the media who are jumping up, getting ready to go now. And also inside the courtroom, there's probably been a group of about 50 people waiting in the hallway just outside courtroom 4, desperate to get a seat inside for when that moment happens. Brett, any moment now we should be hearing those verdicts. We've just been told that the jury is back in the courtroom. I've just have my computer in front of me waiting for our colleague Penelope Lish to send through those verdicts, so just bear with me. I might take a few moments because I want to make sure that I get these correct, but I can let you know that the jury is back in the courtroom. No other family members in yet. Erin is staring straight ahead. She's in the room wearing a paisley top. Her hair is down as per usual. We know that the informant, Detective Stephen Eppingstall is in.
We've got the first verdicts now.
I can let you know, Brett, that for the attempted murder charge for Pastor Ian Wilkinson, Erin Patterson is guilty. For the charge of murder for Heather Wilkinson, Erin Patterson is guilty. For the alleged murder of Gail Patterson, guilty. And finally, Brett, we're just waiting for that last charge to come through. For the alleged murder of Donald Patterson, Erin Patterson is guilty of murder. So, Brett, we can confirm that Erin Patterson has been found guilty on all charges. So, Erin Patterson has been found guilty of the murders of Doningale Patterson and Heather Wilkinson and guilty of the attempted murder of Pastor Ian Wilkinson. Brett, we've been told that Erin Patterson is breathing very deeply. She's been watching the jury now. She's been blinking a lot, which we've seen from Erin Patterson a lot throughout the course of the trial. But wow, what an extraordinary result, Brett, for a trial that has been anything but ordinary from the very, very beginning.
Well, there it is. Erin Patterson guilty on all charges. And I know over the past week, while the jury's been deliberating, there's been a huge amount of conjecture about which way they would go, whether they could even possibly even reach a verdict. And they clearly have, and it's unequivocal.
Brett, I'm just thinking now back to this moment. For the past, we're on the 7th day of deliberations now. We've all been speculating what's been happening inside that jury room, wondering what way it was going to swing. And I've just thought back to, remember that really memorable moment with Erin Patterson after that lunch. Remember that teary interview she did with TV crews where she was maintaining her innocence. She really gave off this persona of being this grieving daughter-in-law. She said that she was deeply saddened by everything that happened and that it was all an awful, tragic accident. But in the end, after listening to all of that evidence, the jury has found that she is in fact a triple murderer, and she did also try to kill Pastor Ian Wilkinson. So, I mean, that's just an extraordinary result. I'm still trying to catch my breath a little bit because we've been sat out here for almost 3 months now wondering what way this trial was going to go, and also just even watching people like Pastor Ian Wilkinson. He has attended court every single day. All the medical experts have said that that man should have died, but by some miracle he didn't. And he was able to come back here to see justice, not just for himself, but also for his wife, Heather Wilkinson. So it's hard to even imagine how he must be feeling now. And also Simon Patterson as well. He also gave evidence and attended court for many days. I mean, how must he be feeling after hearing this result? You start thinking about all the different circumstances, and if Erin Patterson was going to be freed, it makes you think, how would have they navigated, that new life forward? But now, Simon Patterson has just found out that the jury have found that his estranged wife killed his parents, killed his auntie, and also tried to kill his uncle, Brett.
So just reiterating that breaking news, Erin Patterson is now a convicted murderer, triple murderer, and attempted murderer as well. We, of course, won't be seeing her leaving court now. She's been in custody during this trial and will obviously stay in custody during sentencing. But Steph Anderson, quite a moment in history just made then.
Unbelievable. Guilty on all 4 charges. Just, incredible. We're just getting some more notes through from the courtroom itself now. So the jury has been discharged and sent out the door. We're told that Erin Patterson watched them, was blinking a whole lot as she was watching them, and then she kept her eyes on that jury as they left the courtroom. Guilty on all 4 charges.
That's right. And Amber, you having followed this case so closely for so long, this is a moment for you as well, having been so heavily invested in it, like so many people have been in that courtroom.
Brett, it's remarkable to get to this stage. I covered the story.
That's right. That's it. Well, it goes on for about another half an hour. So 3 months and 3 hours. So there's a book at the beginning of this live. I play the guy that is going to actually write a book about it. And also the CPP in Victoria, which is, the Court of Appeals, is a public. Very, very, very good. They'll appeal and maybe she'll get life instead of 33 years that she got, because, her sentencing obviously is already happened. She got 33 years. I mean, she got life, but she can get parole in 33 years. In Australia, life doesn't mean life. And also they don't televise. They don't televise anything, any court cases. They only televise the sentencing. So I'll leave it here. I do have the sentencing live and also the jail that she's at. There's a little video where she went to jail. It's crazy, her jail. You can search on my lives. I think I did a live with the jail that she's at, maximum security prison for women. So it's not a jail, pardon me, it's a prison. And yeah, I'm doing a bit of knitting. It's pretty good for your mind to do crafts. It's very windy in Melbourne today and extremely hot. 29 degrees, I think, or 30. So you guys have a good night or a good day and a good morning. And I'm going to grab some lunch. It's now, what's 1:45. Lunchtime. So it's almost 2. So thank you for everyone that came in and we had fun. We had a laugh. Thank you, and I hope you guys are good. Leanne, good to see you, sweetheart. I know you're hot up in the Wimmera as well, and there's fire warnings up there near Mildura. It's hot and windy, it's not good. And then we're gonna freeze again, so I'll see you guys soon. Thank you for liking, subscribing, my beautiful people. Sometimes we'll catch up and have a laugh and a chill afternoon. It's always some new developments and I'll bring you some news, but at least this summarizes in case you missed parts of it. You can sit down and watch it all and fast forward bits that you want to. All right, I'll see you guys soon. Bye. Love yous.